In the Badlands of West Texas, the law is thin, the money is dirty, and the heat kills more than cattle. Badlands Heat, an action thriller. Chapter 1. The buzzards were the only things moving in the entire Llano Estacado. Marcus Reed saw them from 3 miles out, black specks wheeling against the white sky. They traced slow circles over something that had stopped moving, rising on thermals that shimmered off the caliche hardpan like heat waves off an engine block. Reed drove the Silverado down Highway 385 at 65. The truck was a 2007 model with 200,000 miles, faded gray paint, and a bed full of everything he owned. A canvas tarp covered the gear, held down by bungee cords that vibrated in the wind. The air conditioning had quit working in Amarillo. Reed had the windows down. Hot air poured through the cab, carrying the smell of creosote and dust. He checked the rearview mirror. Empty highway behind him, heat shimmer turning the asphalt into liquid. No vehicles. No people. Just the flat expanse of West Texas stretching to the horizon in every direction, broken only by fence posts and scrub brush and the occasional windmill spinning in air so dry it made Reed's lips crack. The buzzards kept circling. Reed pulled over. He killed the engine. The silence hit him like a physical thing. No traffic, no wind, just the tick of the cooling engine and the distant sound of the birds calling to each other. He opened the driver's door. The metal handle was hot enough to burn. He got out and stood next to the truck, hand shading his eyes, looking at the birds. "Trouble," Reed said. He said it to no one. He'd been driving alone for 3 days, and talking to himself had become a habit. The Silverado didn't answer. It just sat there radiating heat, the tarp snapping in a gust of wind that came from nowhere and died just as fast. Reed pulled a bottle of water from the passenger seat. Drank half of it. The water was hot, tasted like plastic. He poured the rest over his head, feeling it run down his neck and soak into his shirt collar. The relief lasted maybe 10 seconds before the heat reclaimed him. He looked at the buzzards again. They descended, dropping from their high circles to lower orbits. Reed counted 7 of them. Big ones, probably turkey vultures, wingspan 6 feet, riding the thermals with that distinctive wobble that meant they'd found something worth investigating. Reed got back in the truck, started the engine, turned off the highway onto a dirt road that led west toward the birds. The road had no name, just 2 tire tracks cutting through the caliche crust. Mesquite bushes scraped the undercarriage. Rocks pinged off the oil pan. Reed kept his speed at 30, following the tracks, watching the birds get closer. He drove for a mile. The landscape never changed, flat, white, endless. A few prickly pear cactus. Some yucca. Nothing taller than Reed's hip. The kind of country where you could see a man coming from 10 miles away if you were looking. The birds descended again. Reed saw the edge of a dry wash ahead, a gash in the earth where flash floods had carved a channel through the limestone bedrock. The wash ran north to south, maybe 20 feet deep, maybe 100 feet wide. During monsoon season, it would be a river. Now it was just another crack in the desert, dry as bone, filled with rocks and dead mesquite. He stopped the truck 50 yards from the rim. Cut the engine. Got out. The silence was heavier here, broken only by the rasp of vulture wings and the buzz of flies. Reed heard the flies before he smelled the source. They made a sound like static, a low hum that grew louder as Reed walked toward the wash. The smell hit him at 20 yards. Sweet, thick, chemical. The smell of meat breaking down in 100-degree heat. Reed had smelled it before. Afghanistan, Baghdad, the desert outside Kandahar. Bodies left in the sun for more than a day started smelling like this. Nothing quite like it. Nothing you ever forgot. Reed pulled his shirt up over his nose. Kept walking. The flies got louder. He reached the rim of the wash and looked down. 6 men. Scattered across the bottom of the arroyo, like trash dumped from a truck. They were all Hispanic, all dressed in jeans and work shirts, all wearing boots with pointed toes. They'd been dead maybe 2 days. The buzzards had started on the exposed skin, faces, hands, the backs of necks where shirt collars had ridden up. One vulture was perched on the chest of a man in a black Metallica t-shirt, tugging at something near the collar. It looked up at Reed with yellow eyes and hissed. Reed picked up a rock. Threw it. The bird hopped away, ugly and awkward on the ground, joining 6 others on the far bank. They hunched their shoulders and settled in to wait, watching Reed with the patience of creatures that knew how this ended. Reed slid down the bank. The gravel was loose, sun-baked, sliding under his boots. He reached the bottom and walked to the first body. The man was young, maybe 25, with a thin mustache and a tattoo of the Virgin Mary on his right forearm. He lay on his back, arms spread wide, staring at the sky through eyes that had turned milky. The front of his shirt had 2 holes in it, chest high, 8 inches apart. Exit wounds. Reed knelt and turned the body over. The entry wounds were smaller, cleaner. 2 holes just below the shoulder blades, spaced like they'd been aimed. Professional, Reed said. He looked at the wounds again. The bullets had passed through the body and kept going, tumbling as they exited, creating the massive trauma Reed could see in the chest cavity. High-powered rifle. Probably .308. Definitely not a pistol. These men had been shot from distance by someone who knew what they were doing. Reed stood. Walked to the next body. This one was older, maybe 40, with a beer gut and a gold chain around his neck. He'd been hit 3 times, throat, chest, stomach. The throat shot had probably killed him instantly. The other 2 were insurance. Reed checked the man's pockets. Wallet with $60 and a Noir driver's license. Cell phone with a cracked screen, dead battery. Pack of Marlboros, half empty. Reed kept the cigarettes. Left the wallet and phone. He moved down the line. 4 more bodies, all shot the same way. Multiple hits, center mass, no defensive wounds. They died where they stood or sat. Reed looked at the ground. No brass casings in the wash. No spent shells. The shooters had been somewhere else. Reed looked up at the rim of the wash on the far side. High ground. Good sightlines. He could see scuff marks in the caliche where someone had lain prone. He walked to that side, climbed up. Found the positions. 5 men had lain here, spaced 10 feet apart, facing the wash. The dirt was disturbed where they'd set up. Impressions in the dust where rifle barrels had rested. Reed found the brass scattered in the gravel. Long, heavy cartridges with flat primers. He picked one up. .308 Winchester, government issue, head stamp reading LC-24. Lake City Arsenal, 2024 production. Federal ammunition. Reed put the casing in his pocket. He walked the line, counting the brass. 37 casings total. That meant each shooter had fired 7 or 8 rounds. 6 targets, 37 shots, 100% hit rate at what looked like 150 yards. Reed did the math. These weren't hunters. These were professionals. Military or law enforcement. People with training and discipline, and the kind of rifles civilians don't own. Reed looked at the position again. The shooters had been here for a while. He could see where they'd scraped the ground flat, creating level platforms for prone shooting. They'd waited. Set up. Prepared. This had been planned. He walked back down into the wash. The bodies had belongings scattered around them. Reed checked the gear. 3 backpacks, canvas and nylon, heavy. He opened the first one. Bundles of cash, 20s and 50s, wrapped in plastic and duct tape. 10 bundles, maybe $20,000. The second pack had more of the same. The third pack had something different. White powder in kilo bricks, wrapped tight in clear plastic, stamped with a red scorpion logo. Mules, Reed said. These men had been running drugs, or money, or both. Probably heading north from the border. using the empty ranch roads to avoid the Border Patrol checkpoints on the main highways. Someone had ambushed them here, in this wash, where the vehicles had to slow down and the sightlines were perfect. Reed left the drugs. He took 4 of the cash bundles from the first pack, stuffing them into his pockets. 20 grand would get him to California. 20 grand would buy him a month to figure out what came next. The dead men didn't need it. The people who'd killed them would come back for it eventually, but by then Reed would be 3 states away. He found a phone in the pack, different from the others. Satellite phone, military grade, still powered on. Reed turned it off. Put it in his pocket. Might be useful. Might be traceable. Either way, it was evidence. Reed checked the last body. The man wore a baseball cap with a Chihuahua Toros logo and had a scar running from his left eye to his jaw. His shirt pocket held a crumpled piece of paper. Reed unfolded it. Hand-drawn map, pencil and notebook paper. It showed Highway 385, the dirt roads branching off it, and an X marked near 2 peaks that Reed recognized, Twin Peaks about 30 miles south. Next to the X, someone had written 0200 and drawn a small square. Rendezvous, Reed said. 2 a.m., someone was supposed to meet these men at Twin Peaks. Someone with a vehicle. Someone who could move the cash and drugs to the next point in the chain. But these men wouldn't make it. They'd been eliminated. The question was whether the people who killed them were planning to take the meeting themselves or whether they'd let it pass. Reed folded the map. Put it in his pocket with the satellite phone and the federal brass. He climbed out of the wash. The buzzards were back on the bodies now, their wings spread for balance as they tore at flesh. Reed didn't try to stop them. The men were beyond caring. The desert would clean them up. In a week, there'd be nothing left but bones and clothes, and the specific silence that comes from places where people died. Reed walked back to the Silverado. The sun was directly overhead now, the shadows gone, the heat building toward its afternoon peak. The thermometer on the truck's dashboard read 103. Reed believed it. He got in, started the engine, turned the AC vents toward his face even though they just blew hot air. He looked at the wash one more time. 6 men executed. Federal ammunition. A planned ambush. And somewhere to the north, the people who'd done this were either celebrating or covering their tracks. Reed put the truck in gear. Started to pull away. Stopped. In the rearview mirror, he saw dust. A thin line of it rising off the highway, maybe 4 miles back. Vehicles approaching. Multiple vehicles. Coming fast. Reed killed the engine. He got out and walked to the front of the truck, looking back at the highway. The dust cloud grew. He could see the vehicles now, dark shapes too far to identify but moving in a convoy. 4, maybe 5 vehicles. Heading toward this wash. Border Patrol, Reed said. He said it to himself, but he knew he was right. The federal brass, the precision shooting, the military-grade execution, this had government written all over it. And now the cleanup crew was coming back. Maybe they'd forgotten something. Maybe they were just making sure. Either way, Reed didn't want to be here when they arrived. He got back in the Silverado. Started the engine. The dust cloud was maybe 3 miles out now. Reed turned the truck around, following the dirt road back toward the highway. He drove fast, 40 miles an hour, the truck bouncing over the ruts, rocks hammering the undercarriage. He reached the highway and turned south, accelerating, putting distance between himself and the wash. In the rearview mirror, he saw the convoy turn off the highway onto the dirt road. Black Suburbans, 5 of them, government plates. They disappeared into the scrub, heading toward the bodies. Reed drove for 5 miles before he slowed down. His heart was hammering. His hands were shaking on the wheel. He just witnessed the aftermath of a massacre, and the people who'd done it were less than a mile away. If they'd seen him, If they'd gotten his plate number, he'd be a loose end. And loose ends in West Texas had a way of disappearing. Reed pulled over. He got out and threw up in the dirt. The heat and the smell and the adrenaline had finally caught up with him. He stood there for a minute, hands on his knees, spitting bile, waiting for his vision to clear. He thought about the cash in his pockets, the map, the satellite phone, the brass casing. Evidence. All of it evidence that connected Reed to a crime scene, to dead mules, to a government operation that had just killed 6 men and left them for the buzzards. Reed straightened up. He wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. He looked south, where the highway stretched into the heat shimmer, empty and waiting. He could keep driving. He could throw the evidence out the window. He could pretend he'd never seen the wash, never counted the bodies, never picked up the federal brass that proved someone official had committed murder. But Reed had a Mexican peso in his pocket, hammered flat and cut into the shape of a 5-pointed star. His partner had carried it 10 years ago when they worked border patrol together in El Paso. The partner's name was Boone. Boone had been killed by a cartel crew that had turned out to be working for someone in the agency. Someone official. Someone who'd needed Boone to stop asking questions. Reed had kept the badge. He carried it as a reminder that sometimes the people wearing uniforms were worse than the people they were supposed to be catching. He got back in the truck, put it in gear, started driving south. The cash was still in his pockets. The map was still there. The satellite phone and the brass casing were still evidence. Reed was still a witness. He didn't know what he was going to do with any of it. But he knew he couldn't just drive away. Not this time. Not after what he'd seen. The highway stretched ahead, empty and straight, disappearing into the heat shimmer. Reed pushed the Silverado to 70. The engine labored. The truck shook. But it kept moving, carrying Reed deeper into the desert, away from the bodies, away from the federal Suburbans, towards something he couldn't see yet but knew was waiting. Behind him, the buzzards circled. They always circled. They knew how this worked. They knew that in the desert, everything died eventually. The only question was when. Chapter 2. Birds got to them already. Captain Dean Hatcher said it from inside the Suburban, looking down at the wash through the passenger window. He held a flask of Jim Beam in his right hand, half empty, warm from sitting in the sun. He took a pull and capped it. Wiped his mouth with the back of his left hand. The hand had a scar across the knuckles from a fight in Juarez 8 years ago. He looked at the scar sometimes when he was drinking, remembering the fight, remembering how it had ended. "You want us to go down there?" The driver was Agent Ruiz, 26 years old, 3 years with Border Patrol, neck like a fire hydrant. He wore Oakley sunglasses that cost more than his monthly salary. Hatcher had never asked where Ruiz got the money for sunglasses like that. Some questions produced answers you didn't want. "Yeah," Hatcher said. "Go down. Make sure they're all accounted for." Ruiz put the Suburban in park. Cut the engine. The other 4 vehicles pulled up behind them in a line, black Suburbans, identical, government plates, tinted windows. Doors opened. 9 agents got out. They wore tactical pants, black polo shirts with Border Patrol patches on the sleeves, sidearms on their hips. 3 of them carried AR-15s slung across their chests. They looked like a SWAT team. They looked like soldiers. That's what Hatcher wanted. The intimidation factor was half the job. Hatcher got out. The heat hit him like a slap. He'd been sitting in air conditioning for the last 40 minutes, and the transition from 70 degrees to 105 made his vision swim. He steadied himself against the Suburban, took another pull from the flask. The whiskey helped. It always helped. "Spread out," Hatcher called. "Check the perimeter." If someone was here, I want to know about it. The agents moved. Some went left along the rim of the wash. Some went right. Ruiz and two others, agents named Pacheco and Mills, slid down the bank into the arroyo. Hatcher watched them from above. The buzzards were on the bodies now, 5 or 6 of them, wings spread for balance, tearing at flesh. Ruiz kicked at one. The bird hissed and hopped away 10 feet. Stood there watching Ruiz with yellow eyes that held no fear. Ugly things, Pacheco said. He was a big man, 6'3", 220, with a shaved head that gleamed with sweat. He pulled his sidearm and pointed it at the nearest buzzard. Don't, Hatcher said from the rim. We're not wasting ammunition on birds. Pacheco holstered the Glock. He walked to the first body. Knelt. Turned it over. Entry wounds, he called up. Back. Exit wounds front. High-powered rifle. How many? Hatcher asked. Pacheco moved down the line, counting. 6. All adult males. All Hispanic. All shot from the ridge. He pointed to the far side of the wash. From over there. Hatcher knew this already. He'd been on that ridge 2 days ago, prone in the dirt with his own AR-15, watching through the scope as the mules drove their pickup truck into the wash. He'd given the signal. 5 rifles had fired within 2 seconds. The mules had dropped like puppets with cut strings. It had been clean. Professional. The kind of operation Hatcher ran when he was sober and focused and being paid enough to care. But now, he had to play the role. Had to pretend he was investigating instead of covering up. Check their pockets, Hatcher said. See what they were carrying. Ruiz went through the first body. Pulled out a wallet. Juarez ID. Name is Rodriguez. No first name on the license. He checked the pants pockets. Nothing else. No phone. No cash. Check the others. They went through all 6 bodies. No phones. No cash. 3 wallets with expired licenses. One man had a rosary wrapped around his wrist. Another had a pack of gum in his shirt pocket. That was it. Everything else was gone. Someone cleaned them out, Mills said. He was the youngest agent in the unit, 23, fresh out of the academy, still believed in the mission. Hatcher was working on fixing that. The cartel must have sent a cleanup crew. Hatcher didn't correct him. Let the kid think what he wanted. But Hatcher knew better. The cartel didn't clean up mules who failed to deliver. They left them as warnings. This was something different. Someone had been here after Hatcher's team had left. Someone had gone through the bodies, taken the cash and drugs and phones, stripped the scene of anything valuable. What about the packs? Hatcher asked. Ruiz walked to the backpacks lying near one of the bodies. He opened the first one. Empty. All of them? Ruiz checked. All 3. Nothing inside. Hatcher felt his jaw tighten. The packs had held $200,000 in cash and 10 kilos of cocaine when his team had done the hit. Hatcher had seen it. He'd inventoried it himself before making the decision to leave it. The plan had been to come back after dark, when the buzzards had finished and the desert was empty, and retrieve the product. $200,000 and 10 keys was a good payday. Split 5 ways among the shooters, that was $40,000 each. Plus whatever Vance paid them for the job. Hatcher had been looking forward to it. Now the packs were empty. Someone had beaten them to it. Check the trucks, Hatcher said. He started down the bank, sliding in the loose gravel, catching himself on a mesquite branch. The mule's truck was still there, a white Ford F-250 with Chihuahua plates, parked at the bottom of the wash where they'd stopped. The driver's door was open. The windshield had bullet holes. Hatcher looked inside. The bench seat was soaked with blood. Flies covered everything. The smell was chemical, overwhelming. Hatcher pulled his shirt up over his nose. He opened the glove box. Empty. Checked under the seats. Nothing. Walked around to the bed of the truck. The tonneau cover was open. He looked inside. Empty except for some rope and a spare tire. Nothing here, Hatcher said. He walked back to the bodies. Knelt next to the man in the Metallica shirt. This one had been the leader. Hatcher remembered him from the scope, the way he'd been giving orders, checking a map. Hatcher checked the man's pockets again. Nothing. Then he saw something in the dirt next to the body. A boot print. Fresh. Not from Hatcher's team. Hatcher knew his people's boots. This print was different. Deep tread. Civilian boot, maybe a work boot, size 10 or 11. And next to it, the impression of a knee where someone had knelt. Ruiz, Hatcher said. Come here. Ruiz climbed over. Hatcher pointed at the print. Someone's been here, Hatcher said. After we left. They went through the bodies. Took everything. How do you know it's after? Ruiz asked. Hatcher looked at him. Ruiz got it. His face changed. Right, Ruiz said. You want me to track it? Track everything. I want to know where they came from, where they went, what vehicle they were driving. Ruiz walked the wash, reading the dirt. He moved slow, stopping every few feet to examine the ground. After 10 minutes, he called out. Got tire tracks. Up on the rim. Looks like a truck. Came in from the highway, parked here, walked down. Went through the scene. Went back up. Drove out the same way they came in. How long ago? Hard to say. Wind's been blowing. But the tracks are still pretty clear, so I'd guess this morning. Maybe 3-4 hours ago. Hatcher checked his watch. Noon. That meant someone had been here, around 8 or 9 a.m. The hit had been 2 days ago, at dawn. Hatcher's team had left by 7 a.m., planning to come back after dark. But someone had showed up this morning, midway through the window, and cleaned out the scene. Did they take the brass? Hatcher asked. Ruiz climbed up to the shooting positions. Looked around. Came back down. Some of it. Not all. I found 4 casings up there. Looks like they picked up a few, but missed the rest. Show me. Hatcher climbed up. Ruiz pointed to the casings in the dirt. .308 Winchester, Lake City Arsenal. Same ammunition Hatcher's team had used. Hatcher picked one up. Looked at it. Put it in his pocket. If someone had taken some of the brass, they had evidence. Evidence that could be traced back to federal inventory, back to Border Patrol armories, back to Hatcher. This is a problem, Hatcher said. What do you want to do? Ruiz asked. Hatcher thought about it. Someone had witnessed the aftermath of the execution. They'd taken cash, drugs, phones, brass. They'd left prints. They'd driven a truck. That meant they could be tracked. And if they could be tracked, they could be eliminated. Find the truck, Hatcher said. Find whoever was driving it. I want them contained before they talk to anyone. Contained, Ruiz repeated. He knew what that meant. Ruiz had been with Hatcher long enough to understand the language. They're a witness, Hatcher said. Witnesses are loose ends. And Colonel Vance doesn't like loose ends. Ruiz nodded. He called the other agents over. They gathered at the rim of the wash, 9 men in tactical gear, looking down at the bodies and the buzzards and the blood drying on the rocks. Listen up, Hatcher said. We've got a problem. Someone was here this morning. They saw the scene. They took evidence. We need to find them before they reach a phone or a computer or anyone who can do something with what they saw. How do we find them? Pacheco asked. The tracks, Hatcher said. Follow the tire tracks back to the highway. See which direction they went. Then we start checking gas stations, truck stops, anywhere someone might stop between here and the next town. We get a vehicle description. We get a plate number. Then we run it down. And when we find them? Mills asked. Hatcher looked at the kid. Mills had a round face, a fresh haircut, the kind of clean-shaven appearance that screamed rookie. Hatcher wondered how long it would take before Mills figured out what kind of unit he'd joined. When we find them, Hatcher said, we bring them in for questioning. We find out what they know. We find out what they took. And then we make sure they don't share it with anyone else. The agents understood. Even Mills. The kid's face changed just a little, and Hatcher saw the moment when innocence turned into something else. Complicity. Fear. The realization that you'd crossed a line you didn't know existed until you were already on the other side. Questions? Hatcher asked. No one said anything. Good. Ruiz, you're with me. Pacheco, take 2 vehicles and head east on 385. Check every gas station between here and Fort Stockton. Mills, take 2 vehicles west. Check the stations toward Van Horn. We're looking for a truck, probably beat up, probably civilian. Driver is a male, probably alone. Get a description. Get a plate. Call it in. What about the bodies? Mills asked. Leave them, Hatcher said. They're cartel trash. No one's going to care. Sheriff's not going to come out here for 6 dead mules. They'll sit here until the bones bleach, and by then no one will remember what happened. Hatcher walked back to his Suburban. Ruiz followed. They got in. Hatcher started the engine, cranked the AC to max. Cold air poured from the vents. Hatcher took another pull from the flask. The whiskey burned going down, but it steadied him. Cleared his head. You think we'll find him? Ruiz asked. We'll find him, Hatcher said. It's a small desert. Not many places to hide. He's either heading to Mexico or heading north. Either way, we've got eyes on both directions. What if he already made a call? What if he already told someone? Then we find out who he told, Hatcher said. And we contain them too. It's not complicated. You just keep moving forward until the problem is solved. Ruiz put the Suburban in gear. They drove up out of the wash, back toward the highway. Behind them, the other agents were splitting up, heading to their assigned sectors. The convoy scattered, black vehicles peeling off in different directions, leaving the wash to the buzzards and the dead. Hatcher looked back one more time. The birds were already descending again, settling back onto the bodies, resuming their work. Efficient. Patient. Knowing that all they had to do was wait. Hatcher understood that feeling. He'd been waiting his whole career for the moment when the risk became worth it, when the payoff justified the compromises. Vance had given him that moment. The colonel paid well. Paid in gold coins that couldn't be traced, that could be spent anywhere, that turned a government salary into something real. All Hatcher had to do was look the other way when Vance needed him to, and occasionally help clean up problems that threatened the operation. Like 6 mules running cash and cocaine through Vance's territory without permission. Like whoever had stumbled onto the scene this morning and taken evidence that could connect Hatcher to murder. The math was simple. Hatcher had killed before, in the service in Iraq legitimately. Killing didn't bother him. What bothered him was exposure. Discovery. The idea that someone might take what he'd built and burn it down because they asked the wrong questions. We'll find him, Hatcher said again. This time, he said it to himself. A promise. A commitment. The kind of thing you said when you were staring at the end of your career and the beginning of a prison sentence, and the only way forward was through. Ruiz drove. Hatcher drank. The highway stretched ahead of them, empty and shimmering in the heat. Somewhere on that highway, a truck was driving. A man was behind the wheel. That man had evidence in his pockets and a story in his head. And Hatcher was going to find him before that story got told. "Check the gas station in Sanderson first," Hatcher said. "It's the only one for 40 miles. If he's heading south, he'll stop there. Everyone does. And if he didn't stop, then we widen the search. We check motels. We check truck stops. We put the word out to state troopers that we're looking for someone in connection with a Border Patrol investigation. We make it official. We make it loud. And we make sure that when we find him, no one questions what happens next." Ruiz nodded. He pushed the Suburban to 85. The engine hummed. The AC kept the cab cold. Outside, the desert blurred past, white and flat and endless. Hatcher checked his phone. No messages. No calls. Vance would be waiting to hear about the cleanup. Waiting to hear that the scene was secure, that the product had been recovered, that the loose end had been tied off. Hatcher would have to tell him about the witness, about the empty packs, about the boot prints and the tire tracks, and the fact that someone had $200,000 and 10 kilos of cocaine and enough federal brass to start asking questions that led to places Hatcher didn't want anyone looking. Vance wouldn't be happy, but Vance would understand. Vance had been in this business long enough to know that problems happened. The question was how you solve them. And Hatcher had always been good at solving problems. "Faster," Hatcher said. Ruiz pushed the Suburban to 90. The speedometer needle crept past the number. The truck shook. The engine roared. But they kept moving, eating up highway, closing the distance between them and whoever had just made the worst mistake of their life. Chapter 3. Reed saw them in the rearview mirror, at 15 miles out. 5 vehicles, black shapes swimming in the heat shimmer, moving fast. They turned onto Highway 385 from the dirt road that led to the wash. Reed checked his speedometer, 70 miles an hour. The vehicles behind him were gaining. He pushed the Silverado to 75. The engine labored. The transmission downshifted with a clunk that suggested it had been downshifting that way for 50,000 miles and might not keep doing it much longer. The truck shook. The steering wheel vibrated in Reed's hands. But the speedometer needle climbed to 80. In the mirror, the vehicles kept gaining. Reed checked the fuel gauge. Quarter tank. Maybe 60 miles of range if he kept it at highway speed. Less if he pushed harder. The next town was Sanderson, 38 miles south. Gas station, couple of motels, sheriff's substation. Reed had driven through it 3 days ago on his way north. Population, maybe 800. The kind of place where a stranger got noticed. The black vehicles were close enough now that Reed could make out details. Suburbans. Government plates. Tinted windows. 5 of them running in a convoy. They looked official. They looked federal. They looked exactly like the kind of vehicles that belonged to people who executed mules in dry washes and came back to collect the evidence. Reed's phone sat in the cup holder. He picked it up. Checked the signal. 2 bars. Enough to make a call. He thought about who he'd call. The sheriff? The FBI? The Border Patrol? All of those numbers led to people who might be connected to whoever was driving those Suburbans. Reed had learned that lesson 10 years ago when his partner Boone had called the wrong number and ended up dead in a Juarez alley. Reed put the phone down. Kept driving. The Suburbans were a mile back now. Close enough that Reed could count them. 5, like he'd thought. They were moving in formation, maintaining spacing, professional. Whoever was driving knew what they were doing. Reed looked ahead. The highway stretched straight and empty for another 10 miles before it curved west toward the mountains. No turnoffs. No side roads. Just asphalt and caliche and scrub brush that wouldn't hide a dog, let alone a truck. The math was simple. The Suburbans were faster. They'd catch him before Sanderson. And when they caught him, they'd want to know what he'd seen, what he'd taken, whether he'd told anyone. Reed didn't think the conversation would end well for him. He made a decision. Reed pulled off the highway, onto the shoulder. Gravel crunched under the tires. He drove another 100 yards, looking for what he needed. Found it, a cattle gate leading to a 2-track road that disappeared into the scrub. The gate was open, the chain hanging loose. Reed turned onto the 2-track. The Silverado bounced over ruts and rocks. He pushed to 40, the fastest he could manage without ripping off the oil pan. The 2-track led west, away from the highway, toward a line of low hills that rose out of the desert like broken teeth. Reed checked the mirror. The Suburbans had reached the spot where he'd turned off. They slowed. Stopped. Reed saw doors opening. Men getting out. They stood there looking at the 2-track, at the dust Reed was throwing up, making a decision. Then the lead Suburban turned onto the 2-track. The others followed. Reed kept driving. The hills got closer. The 2-track got rougher. The Silverado's suspension groaned. Something under the truck started rattling. Loose heat shield or exhaust bracket, the kind of noise that meant money Reed didn't have for repairs he couldn't afford. He pushed to 50. The steering wheel fought him. The truck wanted to go straight, and the 2-track kept turning. Reed wrestled it through a curve, tires sliding and loose caliche, the back end fishtailing. He corrected. Kept moving. The hills were close now. Reed could see the texture of them. Volcanic rock, black and jagged, like someone had taken a hammer to the earth and left the pieces where they fell. Lava fields. The kind of terrain that vehicles hated and humans could navigate if they were desperate enough. Reed was desperate enough. He drove into the mouth of a ravine that cut through the hills. The walls rose on both sides, maybe 20 feet high, black rock striped with white caliche deposits. The ravine was narrow, barely wide enough for the Silverado. Mesquite branches scraped both doors with sounds like fingernails on metal. The 2-track ended a quarter mile into the ravine. Just stopped. No turnaround. No exit. Just a wall of rock, and the suggestion that whoever had made this road had given up when the terrain got too difficult. Reed stopped the truck. Cut the engine. Grabbed the Winchester .308 he'd taken from the wash. Checked the magazine, 5 rounds. He had another 20 rounds in a box in the glove compartment. He grabbed the box. Shoved it in his jacket pocket. Got out. The heat inside the ravine was worse than on the open desert. The black rock absorbed sunlight and radiated it back, turning the air into something thick and hard to breathe. Reed's shirt was soaked with sweat before he'd walked 10 steps. He heard engines. The Suburbans, coming up the 2-track. They were driving slower than Reed had, picking their way through the rocks. Smart. Cautious. Professional. Reed climbed out of the ravine. The rock was loose, sharp, the kind that cut through boot leather and drew blood. He made it to the top and kept climbing, scrambling up the slope until he reached a position 30 feet above the ravine floor. From here he could see the 2-track, the ravine entrance, the desert beyond. And he could see the Suburbans. 5 black vehicles crawling up the 2-track in single file. They reached the ravine entrance and stopped. Doors opened. Men got out. Reed counted 9 of them. They wore tactical gear, black pants, polo shirts with patches, sidearms on their hips. 3 carried rifles. They moved like law enforcement. They looked like border patrol. Reed put the Winchester to his shoulder. Found the scope. The magnification brought the men close, close enough to see their faces, their badges, the specific way they held their weapons. Border Patrol. Reed was sure now. These were federal agents. Which meant the massacre at the Wash had been federal. Which meant Reed had just driven into the desert with evidence that could put these men in prison for the rest of their lives. The agents were talking. Reed couldn't hear the words, but he could see the gestures. One man, older, heavier, moving like he was in charge, was pointing into the ravine at Reed's Silverado. He was giving orders. The other agents were responding, splitting into groups preparing to move. Reed centered the crosshairs on the lead Suburban's front tire. Exhaled. Held the breath. Squeezed the trigger. The Winchester kicked. The sound rolled through the ravine like thunder. The Suburban's tire exploded. The vehicle sagged to one side. The agents scattered, dropping to the ground, weapons coming up, searching for the shooter. Reed was already moving. He slid down the backside of the hill, loose rock skittering under his boots. He landed hard at the bottom, caught himself, kept running. The lava field stretched ahead of him, black and broken and hostile. But it was cover. And cover was what Reed needed. Behind him, he heard shouting. Engines starting. The agents were moving, trying to position themselves. But they were in vehicles and Reed was on foot, and in this terrain on foot was the advantage. Reed ran. The sun was directly overhead now, turning the lava fields into a griddle. Reed felt the heat through his boots, through his jeans, through the soles of his feet. The black rock absorbed everything and gave it back doubled. The temperature had to be 120 here, maybe more. Reed's water bottles were in the Silverado. He had nothing. He stopped running after half a mile. Dropped behind a boulder. Listened. Engines. Distant. The Suburbans were trying to navigate the lava field, but the terrain wouldn't allow it. Too many rocks, too many crevices, too many places where a vehicle would get stuck or flip or tear its undercarriage apart. Reed heard the engines rev, heard the sound of metal scraping rock, heard someone shouting instructions that got lost in the wind. Reed checked his position. He was deep in the lava field now, maybe 2 miles from the ravine. The rock formations here were taller, creating shadows, providing concealment. Reed moved through them, using the shadows, staying low. He heard an ATV. The sound was distinct, high-pitched whine, lighter than the Suburbans, more agile. Reed stopped. Looked back. He saw it now, a four-wheeler, 2 riders, coming through the lava field where the trucks couldn't go. They were moving fast, bouncing over rocks, taking the kind of risks that meant they were either very good or very desperate to catch him. Reed found a position. A cluster of boulders forming a rough circle, open on one side. He squeezed through the opening. Set up inside. Put the Winchester on a flat rock. Chambered around. The ATV got closer. Reed could see the riders now. 2 men in tactical gear, the passenger holding an AR-15. They were scanning the lava field, looking for movement, for tracks, for anything that would tell them where Reed had gone. Reed waited. The ATV passed within 30 yards. Close enough that Reed could hear the riders talking over the engine noise. They were arguing about which direction to go, whether Reed had gone deeper into the lava field or doubled back toward the highway. Reed let them pass. He wasn't interested in killing Border Patrol agents if he could avoid it. He'd killed before. Afghanistan, 3 tours, more firefights than he could remember. But that had been war. This was something different. These men were Americans. They were federal officers. Shooting them would make Reed a cop killer, and cop killers didn't get trials. They got buried in the desert with the mules and the coyotes and everyone else who'd made the mistake of crossing the wrong people. The ATV drove another 100 yards. Stopped. The passenger got off. He walked to a high point, stood on a boulder, used binoculars to scan the field. Reed stayed still. He was in shadow, behind rock, covered by his position. The passenger scanned for 2 minutes. Lowered the binoculars. Shook his head. Got back on the ATV. They turned around. Drove back the way they'd come. The engine noise faded. Reed waited another 5 minutes. Then he moved. He headed west, deeper into the lava field, away from the highway, away from the suburbans. The terrain got worse. The rocks got taller. The crevices got deeper. Reed had to climb in places, had to squeeze through gaps barely wide enough for his shoulders. The Winchester caught on rocks. The ammunition box in his pocket shifted, throwing off his balance. He stopped to rest in the shade of a pillar of rock that stood 20 feet high. His throat was raw. His lips were cracked. He hadn't drunk water in 3 hours. The heat was pulling moisture out of him faster than his body could replace it. Reed knew the math. In this heat without water, a man had maybe 6 hours before heat exhaustion turned into heat stroke. After that, it was organ failure, seizures, death. Reed had maybe 3 hours left. He pulled out the satellite phone he'd taken from the wash. Turned it on. The screen lit up. Battery at 60%. No signal. Reed turned it off. Saved the battery for later, when he might need it. He pulled out the map. Unfolded it. The crude drawing showed the highway, the dirt roads, the X mark near Twin Peaks. Reed looked at the peaks now. They were visible to the southwest, maybe 10 miles away. Black volcanic cones rising out of the desert like ancient monuments. The X was somewhere near their base. 2 a.m., the map had said. Someone was supposed to meet the mules there at 2 in the morning. Reed checked his watch. 1:15 p.m., 12 hours until the meeting. If he could get to Twin Peaks, if he could find the location marked on the map, maybe he'd find whoever was supposed to receive the cash and drugs. Maybe that person would have answers. Maybe that person would be someone Reed could turn the evidence over to, someone who could do something with it. Or maybe it was a trap. Maybe the Border Patrol agents had the same map. Maybe they were heading to Twin Peaks right now, planning to intercept whoever showed up. Reed folded the map. Put it away. He didn't have better options. Staying in the lava field meant dying of dehydration. Going back to the highway meant walking into the agents. Going to Twin Peaks meant walking into an unknown situation, but at least it was movement. At least it was a plan. He stood up. His legs protested. His feet hurt. His head was pounding from dehydration and heat. But he started walking anyway, heading southwest, using the peaks as a compass, keeping to the shadows when he could, moving through the open when he had to. Behind him, he heard engines again. The Suburbans still searching. They'd find his truck eventually. They'd search it. They'd find the tarp covering his gear, his clothes, everything he owned. They'd run his plates. They'd figure out who he was. Marcus Reed, ex-Border Patrol, dishonorable discharge, drifter. A man with no job, no home, no one waiting for him. The kind of man who could disappear into the desert and no one would ask questions. Reed kept walking. The sun beat down. The heat rose. The lava field stretched ahead of him, black and endless and unforgiving. But Reed had been in worse places. He'd survived worse situations. He'd made it out of Afghanistan when half his platoon hadn't. He'd survived the cartels and the crooked agents and the discharge that had taken his career and his pension and everything he'd worked for. He'd survived this too. The question was what he'd do after he survived. Whether he'd keep running, or whether he'd turn around and make the people who'd killed 6 mules and tried to kill him pay for what they'd done. Reed thought about Boone. Thought about the Mexican peso in his pocket, cut into a star, carried for 10 years as a reminder. Thought about the promise he'd made standing over Boone's grave, that he wouldn't let it go. That he wouldn't let the people who'd killed his partner get away with it. He hadn't kept that promise. He'd been discharged before he could investigate. He'd been warned to stay away, to let it go, to move on. And he had. He'd taken the warning and the discharge and the suggestion that he leave the state, and he'd spent 10 years drifting, working construction jobs, living out of his truck, pretending the promise didn't matter. But now 6 more men were dead, and the people who'd killed them were hunting Reed. And Reed had evidence in his pockets, and a decision to make about whether he was the kind of man who kept running or the kind who stopped. He stopped walking, stood there in the heat, in the middle of the lava field, looking at the peaks ahead. Not this time, Reed said. He said it to himself, to Boone, to the dead mules in the wash, to everyone who'd been killed by people wearing badges and uniforms, and the specific arrogance that came from believing no one would ever make them answer for what they'd done. Reed turned around, looked back at the lava field, at the direction the Suburbans had gone. He couldn't go back now. They'd be waiting. But he could go to Twin Peaks. He could find the meeting. He could get proof of who was behind this. And then he could figure out how to make them pay. He started walking again. This time with purpose. This time with a plan that extended beyond survival. This time knowing that the desert either killed you or made you harder, and Reed had survived too much to die now. Chapter 4. The ice in the lemonade made sounds like small bones clicking together. Colonel Wade Vance listened to the ice and watched the dust cloud on his driveway and sip from the crystal glass. The lemonade was imported from California, made from Meyer lemons, cost $8 a bottle. Vance could afford it. He could afford anything. 200,000 acres, 15,000 head of cattle, water rights to 3 aquifers. The Double V Ranch generated $12 million a year in revenue. The lemonade was a rounding error. The dust cloud resolved into a truck. Gray Silverado beat up, old. It came up the drive at 30 miles an hour, not fast enough to show disrespect but not slow enough to show fear. Vance watched it approach. The driver would see the house, Spanish colonial, white stucco, red tile roof, 3,000 square feet of air-conditioned comfort. Would see the barn, steel construction, large enough for 50 horses. Would see the bunkhouse, the equipment sheds, the 6 ranch hands leaning against the corral fence watching the stranger arrive. The Silverado stopped 50 feet from the porch. The engine cut off. The driver's door opened. A man got out. Vance studied him. Late 30s, maybe 6 feet, lean build, wearing jeans and a canvas jacket despite the heat. The jacket was the kind that concealed carry. Vance noted that. The man walked to the porch steps. Stopped at the bottom. Looked up at Vance. "You're trespassing," Vance said. The man looked at the gate behind him. The massive wrought iron arch with the VV brand welded at its peak. "Gate was open," the man said. "An open gate is an invitation to friends, not strangers with dust on their coats. I'm looking for directions. GPS doesn't work out here. I don't use GPS." Vance took another sip. He studied the man over the rim of the glass. The stranger had hard eyes, the kind that came from seeing things that changed you. Military, probably. Maybe law enforcement. Definitely someone who knew how to handle himself. "What's your name?" Vance asked. "Reed." "That a first name or a last name?" "Both." Vance smiled. It was a thin smile, the kind that acknowledged a joke without finding it funny. "You got a last name, Reed?" "Marcus." "Well, Mr. Marcus Reed, I'm Colonel Wade Vance. This is my ranch. The Double V, 200,000 acres from here to the Caprock. If you need directions, the highway is back the way you came. Turn left, you'll hit Sanderson in 30 miles. Turn right, you'll hit Van Horn in 40. Reed stayed at the bottom of the steps. He looked at the ranch yard, at the 6 hands by the corral, at the barn. His eyes stopped on something near the barn door. Vance followed his gaze. Empty wooden crates, stacked 3 high. Military stenciling on the sides, faded but readable. The crates had held rifles once. They didn't hold anything now. "You see something interesting, Mr. Reed?" "Just looking," Reed said. "There's a difference between looking and staring." Reed brought his eyes back to Vance. "I saw some vehicles on the way here. 4 jeeps, looked like they'd been modified. Heavy suspension, roll cages. Men inside were carrying long guns. They turned onto your property about 5 miles back." Vance set his glass on the wicker table next to his chair. "I have a lot of riders. It's a big ranch. We move cattle." These men didn't look like cowboys. What did they look like? "Cartel scouts," Reed said. The air on the porch changed. Vance felt it shift, like the drop in pressure before a storm. The ranch hands by the corral stopped leaning. They stood straighter. One of them put his hand on the pistol at his hip. Vance raised a hand. A small gesture. The hand by the corral relaxed. "Barely." "That's a dangerous word to use on another man's property," Vance said. "I'm just telling you what I saw." "And what exactly did you see?" 4 jeeps. Men with AR-15s. Some of them had bandanas covering their faces. They were carrying cargo in the beds, looked like bundles wrapped in canvas. Could have been supplies. Could have been stolen property. Hard to tell from a distance. "This is West Texas, Mr. Reed. Men carry rifles. It's snake country. And what they carry in their trucks is their business, not yours." "Fair enough," Reed said. "But I also saw scalps." Vance went very still. The ice in his glass had melted. The condensation ran down the crystal, dripping onto the teak armrest of his chair. He didn't wipe it away. "Scalps," Vance repeated. "Hanging from the rear view mirror of the lead Jeep. 3 of them. Looked fresh." "You've got quite an imagination." "I've got good eyes." Vance picked up his glass, drank the watered-down lemonade, set it back down. "Let me explain something to you, Mr. Reed. The Double V has been here for 70 years. My father built this ranch. My grandfather helped. We've survived droughts, market crashes, rustlers, squatters, and every kind of man who thought he could take what we've built. You know how we survived?" Reed said nothing. "By understanding the land. By respecting the people who were here first. The Mimbres band still runs through this territory. They're not violent. They're traders. They move goods between the border and the reservations. What they carry and where they go is their business. I have an arrangement with them. Mutual respect. They don't bother my cattle. I don't bother their roots. And the scalps. There are homesteaders in this country, Mr. Reed. People who think they can carve out a life on land that doesn't want them. Sometimes the Mimbres remind those people that this isn't homestead country. It's a hard lesson. But it's their land, historically speaking. Not mine. Not yours. Theirs." Reed looked at Vance for a long moment. His expression didn't change. But Vance saw something shift behind the man's eyes. Recognition. Understanding. Maybe disgust. "So you let them kill settlers," Reed said. "I let them run their business. There's a difference. Not from where I'm standing." Vance leaned forward in his chair. "Mr. Reed, I don't know where you came from. I don't know what you think you saw. But I'm going to give you some advice, free of charge. This is the Chihuahuan Desert. It's 150,000 square miles of nothing. People disappear out here every year. Migrants, coyotes, drifters. The desert doesn't care who you are or what you saw. It just takes what it wants. You understand? I understand, Reed said. Good. There's a water trough by the barn. Fill your bottles. Then head west toward the Caprock. Don't stop. Don't come back. And forget about whatever you think you saw on my land. Reed stood there for another moment. Then he nodded, turned, walked toward the barn. Vance watched him go. The ranch hands watched too. Nobody moved. Nobody spoke. They just watched the stranger walk across the yard, his boots kicking up dust, his jacket hanging loose in a way that suggested the weight it was carrying. Vance picked up a small bell from the table. Rang it once. A moment later, a man emerged from the house. Late 50s, gray hair, wearing dress pants and a white shirt. Vance's ranch foreman, a man named Kellerman who'd worked the Double V for 30 years. Colonel. That man at the barn, Vance said. What's he doing? Kellerman looked. Filling water bottles. Checking the crates. The empty crates. Yes, sir. He's walking around them. Looking at the stenciling. Vance cursed under his breath. The crates had held 50 Winchester rifles, government surplus, purchased through channels that didn't require paperwork. The rifles had been delivered 2 weeks ago. Distributed to the Mimbres 3 days ago. The crates should have been burned. Vance had told Kellerman to burn them. But Kellerman had been busy with the cattle drive, and the crates had sat there, stacked by the barn, visible to anyone who looked. Get rid of them, Vance said. Today. Chop them up. Use them for kindling. I don't want them here when Hatcher arrives. Yes, sir. Reed was at his truck now. He'd filled his water bottles. He was getting in. Starting the engine. Vance watched the Silverado pull away, heading back down the drive toward the highway. You want me to follow him? Kellerman asked. No. He's nobody. Just a drifter asking questions. He'll head west like I told him. He'll find the highway. He'll keep driving. We won't see him again. But Vance said it without conviction. Something about the man bothered him. The way he'd looked at the crates. The way he'd mentioned the cartel scouts without fear. The way he'd stood at the bottom of the porch steps. Not intimidated, not impressed, just watching. Calculating. Vance picked up his glass. It was empty now, just ice and water. He rang the bell again. Kellerman appeared. Bring me the phone, Vance said. I need to call Captain Hatcher. Something wrong? Maybe. Maybe not. But I want Hatcher to know we had a visitor. Just in case. Reed drove back down the long driveway. The wrought iron gate passed overhead. The VV brand gleamed in the sun. He turned onto the dirt road that led to the highway. In the rearview mirror, the ranch disappeared behind a rise in the terrain. He drove for 2 miles. Pulled over. Got out. Walked back along the road until he found a spot with a clear view of the ranch entrance. He knelt in the scrub. Pulled out a pair of compact binoculars from his jacket pocket. Focused on the gate. He'd taken the binoculars from one of the dead mules. Along with the cash, the sat phone, the map. The binoculars were cheap, made in China, 8-power magnification. But they worked. Reed glassed the ranch. He could see the house, the barn, the corral. Could see the ranch hands moving around, doing work. Could see Vance on the porch, talking to another man. Reed couldn't hear what they were saying. But he could see Vance's body language. The colonel was agitated. Gesturing. Giving orders. Reed lowered the binoculars. Thought about what he'd seen. The empty rifle crates with military stenciling. The cartel scouts with AR-15s and scalps. Vance's explanation about mutual respect and historical land rights. The casual way Vance had talked about homesteaders being killed. Reed thought about the 6 dead mules in the wash, the federal brass on the ridge, the execution-style hits, the cash and drugs that someone had planned to steal. The picture was forming. Vance was supplying weapons to cartel scouts. The scouts were clearing homesteaders off land that Vance wanted. And someone in the federal government, someone with access to .308 rifles and border patrol vehicles, was eliminating competition, killing the other mules, keeping Vance's operation running smooth. Reed raised the binoculars again, saw a dust cloud approaching from the east. 5 vehicles, black Suburbans. They were moving fast, heading toward the Double V Ranch. Border Patrol. Reed watched them turn onto Vance's driveway. Watched them pull up to the house. Watched men get out. 9 agents in tactical gear. The lead agent was the one Reed had seen through the Winchester's scope at the lava field. Older, heavier, moving like he was in charge. The agent walked to the porch. Vance stood up. They talked. Reed couldn't hear the conversation, but he could see the gestures. The agent was explaining something. Vance was listening. Then Vance pointed west, toward the caprock, toward where Reed was supposed to have gone. The agent nodded, turned, called his men. They got back in the Suburbans, pulled out, headed back down the driveway. Reed lowered the binoculars, started walking back to his truck. He moved fast, staying low, using the terrain. Got to the Silverado. Got in. Started the engine. Drove west. In the mirror, he saw the Suburbans reach the highway. Turned west. Following. Reed pushed the accelerator down. The truck accelerated. 50. 60. 70. The Suburbans were a mile back. They were faster. They'd catch him. Reed thought about the conversation he'd just watched. Vance pointing west. The agent following. Reed had about 5 minutes before they reached his position. 5 minutes to make a decision. He saw the cattle gate ahead. The 2-track leading into the scrub. Made his choice. Turned off the highway. Headed for the lava fields. Behind him, the Suburbans kept coming. Following the direction Vance had pointed. Following the trail Reed was leaving. Heading toward a confrontation that Reed knew was coming but couldn't avoid. He checked his fuel gauge. Quarter tank. Checked his ammunition. 25 rounds. Checked his water. 2 bottles, both full. He'd taken them from Vance's trough, like the colonel had suggested. Reed wondered if Vance knew that Reed would end up using that water to survive long enough to become a problem. Probably not. Vance had dismissed Reed as a drifter, someone asking questions but not dangerous. Someone who'd take the warning and leave. Vance had made a mistake. And now Reed was going to make Vance pay for it. But first, he had to survive the men in the Suburbans. The Border Patrol agents who'd killed 6 mules and were now coming to kill Reed. The men who worked for Vance, who took his gold, who looked the other way while cartel scouts killed homesteaders and took scalps. Reed drove deeper into the scrub. The 2-track got rougher. The hills got closer. Behind him, the Suburbans turned off the highway. Following. Closing. Reed gripped the wheel. Pushed the Silverado harder. The engine protested. The suspension groaned. But the truck kept moving, carrying Reed toward the lava fields, toward the confrontation, toward whatever came next. Chapter 5. Your driveway is dirt, Colonel. And I'm too thirsty to care about the landscaping. Hatcher climbed the porch steps without being invited. He walked past Vance's wicker chair to the small table where a crystal pitcher sat sweating in the heat. He picked it up. Looked at Vance. Vance said nothing. Hatcher poured himself a glass. Drank it in 3 long swallows. The lemonade was cold, expensive, and didn't touch the burn in his throat that came from 6 hours in the sun and half a flask of whiskey. "Better," Hatcher said. He set the glass down, wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. "You got more?" "The trough is by the barn," Vance said. "The water is cold. The lemonade is for management." "I am management." "You're an employee, Captain. There's a difference." Hatcher stared at him. Vance stared back. The air between them held a specific tension, the kind that came from two men who needed each other but didn't like each other. Hatcher's hand went to the flask at his hip. He pulled it out, unscrewed the cap, took a drink, put it away. "We have a problem," Hatcher said. "I'm aware." "How aware?" "A man came here 20 minutes ago. Gray Silverado. Beat up. He asked questions about the Mimbres. Said he saw them leaving my property. Said he saw cargo. Said he saw scalps." Hatcher felt his jaw tighten. "What did you tell him?" "I told him to mind his business. I told him to fill his water bottles and head west. I told him this is desert country and people disappear." "Did he listen?" "He drove away. Whether he's heading west is your problem, not mine." Hatcher turned to look at the yard. His agents were watering the Suburbans at the trough, standing in the shade, drinking from canteens. They looked tired. They looked hot. They looked like men who'd been searching the desert for 4 hours and found nothing except empty backpacks and boot prints. "We found the bodies," Hatcher said. "I assumed you would. That's why I pay you. Someone beat us there. Someone went through the scene. Took the cash. Took the product. Took some of the brass." Vance set his glass down. The ice had melted completely now. The lemonade was diluted, useless. "How much brass?" "Enough. We found 4 casings on the ridge. Federal ammunition. If someone takes those to the right person, they'll trace them back to Border Patrol inventory. Back to me." "And the cash?" 200,000. Gone. "The product?" 10 kilos. Gone. Vance picked up a cigar from the silver tray, bit the end off, spat it into the flower pot, struck a match. The flame flared. He lit the cigar, puffed. Blue smoke drifted across the porch. "That's unfortunate," Vance said. "Unfortunate? Colonel, we're talking about evidence that connects me to a federal crime. We're talking about cash and cocaine that someone is now carrying around. We're talking about a witness. Is it the man in the Silverado? I don't know yet. But the timing fits. The bodies have been there 2 days. We were planning to retrieve the product tonight. Someone showed up this morning and took it. Then that someone drives up to your ranch, asking questions about cartel scouts and scalps. That's not coincidence." Vance puffed his cigar. He looked out at the desert, at the endless scrub stretching to the horizon. "What did he look like?" "I didn't see him. Just his boot prints. Size 10 or 11. Work boots. Deep tread. He knelt by the bodies. He went through their pockets. He loaded everything into his truck and drove away. The man here was late 30s. Lean. Wore a canvas jacket in this heat, which means he's carrying. Had hard eyes. Military bearing. Didn't scare easy." "He say his name?" "Marcus Reed. Said it like he had nothing to hide." Hatcher pulled out his phone. Opened the Border Patrol database. Typed the name. Waited. The phone showed a loading icon. Out here, data moved slow. The cell towers were 60 miles apart. But eventually, the screen populated with results. "Marcus Reed," Hatcher read. Age 38. Ex-Border Patrol. Worked El Paso Sector 2012, to 2016. Dishonorable discharge. Reason: listed as insubordination and conduct unbecoming. Notes say he refused orders during a joint operation with Dia. Had a partner who was killed in Juarez. Reed claimed the partner was set up by someone inside. Investigation found no evidence. Reed was discharged. Restraining order filed to keep him away from the El Paso office. Ex-Border Patrol, Vance said. That's a problem. That's a big problem. He knows how we operate. He knows what to look for. If he has federal brass, he'll know what it means. If he has the cash and product, he's already committed crimes just by possessing them. But if he's smart, and ex-agents are usually smart, he'll try to use what he has as leverage. He'll try to trade it for something. Trade it to who? FBI. DOJ. Someone who can offer him immunity for whatever he took from that wash. Someone who'll listen to his story about corrupt Border Patrol and massacred mules. Vance smoked his cigar. The ember glowed. Ash fell onto the porch planks. Which direction did you tell him to go? West. Toward the Caprock. Hatcher pulled out his radio. Keyed it. All units, this is Hatcher. We've got a positive ID on our witness. Marcus Reed, male, late 30s, driving a gray Silverado. Last seen heading west from the Double V. He's armed, he's got federal evidence, and he's ex-Border Patrol. Find him. Contain him. And call me the second you make contact. The radio crackled. Voices responded. Roger that. 10-4. Copy. The agents at the trough were already moving, heading to their Suburbans, starting engines. Hatcher turned back to Vance. We'll get him. It's 40 miles to the next town. He's low on gas by now. He'll have to stop. When he does, we'll be there. And if he doesn't stop, then we follow him until he runs out of fuel. Then we pick him up. Then we find out what he knows and what he's told people. And then. Hatcher didn't answer immediately. He looked at Vance. Vance looked back. The unspoken question hung between them. Then we clean up the mess, Hatcher said. Define clean up. He's a drifter. No job. No home. Ex-agent with a dishonorable discharge and a grudge against the agency. He stole money and drugs from a crime scene. When we find him, he'll resist. We'll respond with appropriate force. The report will say he opened fire first. It'll say we had no choice. It'll be clean. Vance tapped ash from his cigar into the flower pot. And the cash? The product? We'll recover them. Split the cash 5 ways among my shooters like we planned. Destroy the product. Bury the brass. Problem solved. Except the man has a 20-minute head start. And you said he's smart. He's smart. But we're faster. We have radios. We have coordination. We have 5 vehicles and 9 men. He's 1 man in a beat-up truck with a quarter tank of gas. The math is simple. Vance stood up. He walked to the edge of the porch. Looked out at the desert. The sun was past its peak now, starting its slow descent toward evening. The heat would hold for another 3 hours. Then the temperature would drop 30 degrees in 30 minutes. That was the desert. Extremes. Always extremes. Captain Hatcher, Vance said. I've been doing business in this territory for 40 years. My father did business here for 30 years before that. You know what I've learned? What's that, Colonel? That loose ends are expensive. They cost money. They cost time. They cost reputation. I pay you very well to make sure there are no loose ends. That's the arrangement. That's what the gold coins are for. I understand. Do you? Because right now, I have a man driving around my territory with evidence that connects both of us to multiple felonies. That man knows about the Mimbres. He knows about the weapons. He's seen the crates. He's asked the right questions. If he reaches the wrong person, if he reaches someone at FBI or DOJ or even a local sheriff who's not on the payroll, we both have a problem. Not just me. Both of us. Hatcher felt the weight of it settle on him. The colonel was right. This wasn't just about the 200,000 or the 10 kilos or even the federal brass. This was about exposure. This was about the entire operation. The weapons shipments to the Mimbres, the cleared homesteads, the dead mules who tried to run competition through Vance's territory. This was about everything Hatcher had built over 3 years. Everything he'd compromised for. Everything that paid for his retirement account and his daughter's college fund and the house in San Antonio that he'd never be able to afford on a government salary. "I'll handle it," Hatcher said. "When?" "Today. Before sunset. He won't make it to the next town. I'll make sure of it." Vance turned around. He looked at Hatcher. His pale blue eyes were cold, emotionless. "Bring me proof," Vance said. "What kind of proof?" "The kind that tells me the problem is solved. I don't care what it is. A photo. The brass. His ID. Something that proves Marcus Reed is no longer a concern." Hatcher nodded. He turned to leave. Stopped at the top of the steps. "Colonel. One more thing." "What?" "The Mimbres. When's the next delivery?" "Tuesday." "Why?" "Because if Reed makes noise before then, if he gets to someone and they start asking questions, we need to scrub the delivery. Cancel it. Wait until things cool down. The Mimbres are expecting 50 rifles. They've already paid half. If I cancel, they'll go somewhere else. I'll lose the contract. Better to lose a contract than go to federal prison." Vance smoked his cigar. He thought about it. The ember glowed. Ash fell. "Find Reed first. Solve that problem. Then we'll discuss the delivery." Hatcher walked down the steps. Crossed the yard. His agents had the Suburbans running, AC blasting, ready to move. Ruiz was in the lead vehicle. Hatcher got in the passenger seat. "West," Hatcher said. "He's heading west. Stay on the highway. Watch for his truck. If you see it, don't spook him. Just follow. Call me. We do this quiet." Ruiz put the Suburban in gear. They pulled out, leaving the double V behind. In the side mirror, Hatcher saw Vance on the porch, standing at the railing, watching them leave. The colonel held his cigar. The white suit glowed in the sun. He looked like a plantation owner from another century, watching the field hands go to work. Except the field hands were federal agents. And the work was murder. Hatcher pulled out his flask. Drank. The whiskey burned. But it helped. It always helped. "You think we'll find him?" Ruiz asked. "We'll find him. And when we do, we solve the colonel's problem. Same as we always do." Ruiz accelerated. The Suburban hit 80. Behind them, the other 4 vehicles matched speed. They ran in formation. 5 black trucks on a highway that stretched straight and empty toward the horizon. Somewhere ahead, a gray Silverado was running. Somewhere ahead, a man with hard eyes and federal brass in his pocket was making decisions about what to do with evidence that could end Hatcher's career and send him to prison for the rest of his life. Hatcher thought about the flask. About the gold coins Vance paid him. About the house in San Antonio and his daughter's tuition, and the specific price of being the kind of man who killed mules in a wash and called it work. He thought about Marcus Reed. Ex-Border Patrol. Dishonorable discharge. Partner killed in Juarez. A man with a grudge and nothing to lose. The most dangerous kind. Hatcher checked his sidearm. Glock 22, 15 rounds in the magazine, 1 in the chamber. He had 2 spare magazines on his belt. 46 rounds total. More than enough. Faster, Hatcher said. Ruiz pushed the Suburban to 90. The speedometer needle crept past the number. The engine roared. But they kept moving, eating distance, closing the gap, hunting. Chapter 6. The rock came through the windshield at 70 miles an hour. Reed heard it hit, a crack like a rifle shot, and then glass was everywhere. The rock bounced off the dashboard and into the passenger seat. The windshield spider webbed. Reed jerked the wheel right. The Silverado lurched. The tires caught loose gravel. The truck fishtailed. Reed corrected. Kept the accelerator down. Pushed through the turn. Behind him, the Suburbans were closing. 3 of them now. The other 2 had peeled off, probably taking parallel routes, trying to box him in. The 3 behind him were running at 80, maybe 85. The Silverado was maxed out at 75, and that was with the supercharger screaming and the transmission hunting for gears that didn't exist. Reed checked the mirror. The lead Suburban was 50 yards back. Close enough that Reed could see the driver's face through the windshield. Close enough that Reed knew the next rock thrown up by his tires might hit them too. But they kept coming. Professional. Determined. The kind of pursuit where quitting meant dying. The 2-track got rougher. Reed's teeth rattled. The steering wheel fought him. Something under the truck was making a sound like metal tearing. Probably the heat shield he'd been ignoring for 1,000 miles. The sound got louder. Reed ignored it. Focused on the road. On the hills ahead. On the narrow ravine that cut through them and offered the only way through. He drove into the ravine mouth, doing 60. Too fast. The walls closed in on both sides. Mesquite branches scraped both doors with sounds that would leave gouges in the paint. Not that it mattered. The Silverado already looked like it had been through a war. A few more scratches wouldn't change anything. The ravine curved left. Reed took the curve wide, using every inch of space. The passenger side mirror clipped the rock wall. Exploded in a shower of glass and plastic. Reed kept going. The curve straightened. Reed pushed harder. 65 now. The engine temperature gauge climbed into the red zone. The cooling system was struggling. The radiator was probably half clogged with desert dust. Reed had been meaning to flush it. He'd been meaning to do a lot of things. Behind him, the Suburbans entered the ravine. Reed watched in the remaining mirror. The lead vehicle took the curve too tight. Its front bumper kissed the wall. Sparks flew. The driver corrected. Backed off the speed. The Suburban slowed to 50. Reed gained 20 yards. The ravine opened up. The walls spread apart. The 2-track ended at a wall of black rock and a decision. Reed could turn back, drive straight into the Suburbans. Or he could abandon the truck and go on foot. He stopped. Killed the engine. Grabbed the Winchester from the passenger seat. Grabbed the box of ammunition from the glove box. Got out. Slammed the door. Started climbing. The rock was volcanic, porous, sharp. It cut through Reed's palms. He kept climbing. The Winchester caught on an outcrop. Reed unhooked it. Kept moving. 20 feet up. 30. He reached a flat shelf and stopped. Turned. Looked down. The Suburbans had stopped at the mouth of the ravine. Doors opened. Men got out. 9 of them. They wore tactical gear, black pants, polo shirts with Border Patrol patches. 3 carried AR-15s. They spread out, taking positions, moving with the coordination of a trained unit. Reed chambered around. Put the Winchester to his shoulder. Found the scope. The magnification brought the men close. He could see their faces now. See their badges. See the specific way they held their weapons. Index fingers alongside the trigger guards, muzzles pointed down, safeties engaged. Law enforcement. Federal agents. Men who'd killed 6 mules 2 days ago, and were now coming to kill the witness. Reed centered the crosshairs on the lead Suburban's front tire. He'd already done this once. It had bought him time then. Maybe it would buy him time now. He exhaled. Held the breath. Squeezed the trigger. The rifle kicked. The shot echoed through the ravine like thunder. The tire exploded. The Suburban sagged forward. The agents scattered, diving behind vehicles, behind rocks, weapons coming up, searching for the source. Reed was already moving. He slid down the back side of the shelf, loose rocks skittering under his boots. Hit the bottom. Kept running. The lava field spread out ahead of him, black, broken, hostile. But it was cover. And cover meant survival. Reed ran for half a mile before his legs gave out. He dropped behind a boulder. His lungs burned. His throat was raw. He'd finished the last of his water an hour ago. The heat was pulling moisture out of him faster than his body could compensate. Reed knew the signs: dry mouth, headache, vision starting to narrow at the edges. Heat exhaustion. Another hour, and it would be heat stroke. Another hour after that, and it would be death. He listened. Behind him, voices. The agents were spreading out, searching the lava field. They were moving slow, cautious, using cover. Smart. Reed would have done the same thing. In their position, he'd have split into 3 groups, one to track, one to flank left, one to flank right. Standard pursuit tactics. Reed checked his ammunition. He'd fired 2 rounds, one at the ravine, one earlier at the lava field. That left 23 rounds. Not enough for a sustained firefight against 9 men with automatic weapons. But enough to make them think twice about rushing him. He heard an engine. Different from the Suburbans. Higher pitched. An ATV. Reed looked over the boulder. Saw it now. 4-wheeler with 2 riders, passenger holding an AR-15, coming through the lava field at 30 miles an hour. They were taking risks. Bouncing over rocks. Taking the kind of punishment that meant they were either very good riders or very motivated to catch him. Reed let them pass. Watched them drive another 100 yards. Stop. The passenger got off. Climbed to a high point. Pulled out binoculars. Scanned the field. Reed stayed still. He was in shadow, behind rock, concealed. The passenger scanned for 3 minutes. Lowered the binoculars. Shook his head. Got back on the ATV. They turned around. Drove back the way they'd come. Reed waited another 10 minutes. Then he moved. He headed southwest, deeper into the lava field, using the shadows, staying low. The terrain got worse. The rocks got taller. The gaps between them got narrower. Reed had to squeeze through some of them sideways, Winchester held overhead, ammunition box digging into his ribs. He found water 30 minutes later. Not much. Just a depression in the rock where rain had collected weeks ago. The water was green with algae, warm, probably full of bacteria. Reed drank it anyway. He cupped his hands. Scooped the water. Drank. It tasted like mud and metal. He drank 3 handfuls. His stomach cramped. He ignored it. The water was keeping him alive. The bacteria could be dealt with later. If there was a later. He kept moving. The sun was past its peak now, maybe 3 o'clock. The heat would hold for another 3 hours. Then the temperature would drop. Then the real problems would start. Dehydration in heat was bad, but dehydration in cold was worse. The body burned more calories trying to stay warm. The water loss accelerated. Reed had maybe 6 hours before his body started shutting down. He thought about the satellite phone in his pocket. He could turn it on, try to make a call. But to who? The sheriff? The FBI? Anyone Reed called would ask questions. Would want to know where he was, what he was doing, why Border Patrol agents were hunting him. And once Reed started talking, he'd have to explain the cash in his pockets, the cocaine he'd left in the Silverado, the federal brass that proved government agents had committed murder. Reed was a witness. But he was also a thief. He'd stolen $200,000 and enough evidence to put himself in prison along with everyone else. The math was complicated. The options were limited. He kept walking. Twin Peaks were visible now, maybe 8 miles away. The black volcanic cones rose out of the desert like monuments. The map had marked a meeting there. 2 a.m. Someone was supposed to meet the dead mules. Someone who might have answers. Someone who might be worth the risk of walking 8 miles through the desert with no water and 9 federal agents hunting him. Reed heard the ATV again. Closer this time. He dropped behind a rock. The four-wheeler came around a bend 30 yards away. 2 riders. Same ones as before. They were searching a different section now, widening their pattern. They passed within 20 yards. Reed could hear them talking over the engine noise, arguing about which direction to search next. They drove past. Reed waited. Then he heard something else. Footsteps. Someone walking. Alone. Reed pulled the Winchester. Brought it to his shoulder. A man appeared from behind a rock formation. Late 20s, Hispanic, wearing tactical pants and a polo shirt with a Border Patrol patch. He carried an AR-15. He was moving slow, scanning the rocks, checking every shadow. The man stopped 10 feet from Reed's position. He looked right at Reed's boulder. Reed could see him calculating whether to check behind it, whether it was worth the risk of exposing himself. The man took a step forward. Another step. He was 5 feet away now. Reed could hear him breathing. Reed made a decision. He stood up, pointed the Winchester at the man's chest. Don't. The man froze. His hand went to his AR-15. Reed shook his head. You pull that weapon, and I'll put a round through your sternum before you clear the safety. You know I can make that shot. You know it's not a bluff. The man's hand stopped. He looked at Reed. His face was young, clean-shaven, the kind of face that belonged in recruiting posters. You're Reed, the man said. That's right. You know you can't win this. We're 9. You're 1. We have vehicles. You're on foot. We have water. You're dehydrated. The math doesn't work. The math worked fine when I shot out your tire. That bought you an hour. Maybe 2. Then we'll catch you. And when we do, Captain Hatcher is going to want answers. He's going to want to know what you took from that wash. He's going to want to know what you saw. And if you don't cooperate, things are going to get difficult. Difficult how? Difficult like you resist arrest. Difficult like you pull a weapon. Difficult like we respond with appropriate force and you end up in a body bag. Reed thought about this. Thought about the young agent's face. About how matter-of-fact he sounded. About how easy it had become for federal agents to talk about murder like it was paperwork. What's your name? Reed asked. Mills. Agent Mills. How long have you been with Border Patrol, Mills? 3 months out of the academy. And you're already talking about killing witnesses? Mills said nothing. Here's what's going to happen, Reed said. You're going to take that AR-15 and set it on the ground. Then you're going to take 3 steps back. Then you're going to turn around and walk away. And you're going to tell Hatcher you didn't find me. I can't do that. Yes, you can. You just walk away. You tell Hatcher you searched this section and found nothing. You go home. You sleep in your bed. You wake up tomorrow, and you're still alive and you still have a soul. That's the deal. And if I don't take the deal, then I shoot you, and you die here in the lava field. And your family gets a flag and a story about how you died in the line of duty. And nobody except you and me will know the truth, that you died because you chose to protect corrupt agents instead of doing your job. Mills looked at Reed. Reed looked back. The Winchester never wavered. The crosshairs stayed centered on Mills's chest. The distance was 10 feet. Even with iron sights, Reed couldn't miss. With the scope, it was a guaranteed hit. Mills took a breath. He looked at his AR-15. Looked at Reed. Made a decision. He unslung the rifle. Set it on the ground. Took 3 steps back. Turned around. Started walking. Reed watched him go. Waited until Mills was 50 yards away. Then Reed picked up the AR-15. Checked it. 30 rounds in the magazine. Selector on safe. He ejected the magazine. Threw it one direction. Threw the rifle the other direction. Kept the rounds. 30 more for his ammunition supply. Not a lot, but better than nothing. He started walking again. Southwest. Toward Twin Peaks. Toward the meeting. Toward whatever came next. Behind him, Mills would reach the other agents. Would tell them he'd found nothing. Or maybe he'd tell the truth. Maybe Mills would bring them all down on Reed's position. Reed didn't know. But he'd given Mills a choice. That was more than Hatcher had given the 6 dead mules. More than Vance had given the homesteaders. More than anyone had given Reed's partner, Boone, 10 years ago in Juarez. Reed kept walking. The sun dropped lower. The heat began to ease. The shadows lengthened. Twin Peaks got closer with every step. Chapter 7. Reed heard the ATVs before he saw them. 2 engines, coming from different directions. One ahead of him. One behind. The sound grew louder. Reed stopped walking. Looked around. The lava field here was more open than where he'd been. Fewer rocks, less cover, wider spaces between the formations. He'd chosen this route because it was faster. That had been a mistake. The ATV ahead came around a formation 60 yards out. 2 riders. The passenger held an AR-15. They saw Reed immediately. The driver pointed. The passenger raised the rifle. Reed ran. He headed for a cluster of rocks 30 yards to his left. The Winchester slowed him down. The ammunition in his pockets slowed him down. His boots slipped on the loose volcanic gravel. Behind him, the ATV's engine roared. They were accelerating. Closing the distance. Reed reached the rocks. Dropped behind them. Brought the Winchester up. The ATV was 20 yards out now, coming straight at him. Reed aimed at the front tire. Fired. Missed. The bullet kicked up dust 5 feet left. Reed worked the bolt. Chambered another round. Fired again. Hit. The tire exploded. The ATV lurched. The driver fought to control it. Failed. The four-wheeler tipped. Both riders flew off. Hit the ground hard. The ATV rolled twice. Came to rest on its side, engine still running, rear wheel spinning. Reed ran. Not toward them. Away. South. Toward a ravine he'd seen 100 yards out. If he could reach it before the second ATV arrived, he'd have cover. He'd have options. He made it 50 yards before the second ATV appeared. It came from his right, cutting him off from the ravine. Reed stopped. The driver killed the engine. Both riders got off. They had rifles. They spread out. Flanking positions. Professional. Behind Reed, the two riders from the first ATV were getting up. One was limping. The other was fine. Both had their weapons. 4 men total. 4 AR-15s. 4 men trained in federal tactics. Reed had a Winchester with 21 rounds and no cover. The math was bad. "Drop it," one of the men called. Pacheco, the big agent with the shaved head. He stood 30 yards away, AR-15 at his shoulder, aimed at Reed's chest. "Drop the rifle. Put your hands up. Don't make this harder than it needs to be." Reed thought about his options. He could shoot Pacheco. Maybe hit him. Probably not. 30 yards with a bolt action against a man with cover and body armor. Even if Reed hit him, the other 3 would open fire. Reed would be dead in 3 seconds. He could run. Try to make it to the ravine. Take his chances with the bullets. Reed was fast, but not faster than .223 rounds, traveling at 3,000 feet per second. Or he could drop the rifle. Surrender. See what happened next. Reed lowered the Winchester. Held it out to his side. Dropped it. The rifle hit the ground with a metallic clank. Reed raised his hands. "Face down," Pacheco said. "Hands behind your back. Do it now." Reed got on his knees. Lowered himself to the ground. The volcanic rock was hot against his cheek. He put his hands behind his back. Felt the flex cuffs go on, pulled tight, the plastic cutting into his wrists. Felt hands going through his pockets. The cash came out. The satellite phone. The map. The federal brass casing. The Mexican peso badge. "Got the evidence," someone said. "Ruiz. Cash, product residue on his hands, federal brass. He's our guy." Pacheco rolled Reed over. Looked down at him. "Marcus Reed. Ex-Border Patrol. Dishonorable discharge. You've had a busy day." Reed said nothing. "Where's the product?" Pacheco asked. Reed stayed silent. Pacheco kicked him in the ribs. Not hard enough to break anything. Hard enough to hurt. Reed grunted. Curled up. Pacheco kicked him again. "Where's the product?" "The 10 kilos. Where is it?" "In the truck," Reed said. "What truck?" "The Silverado. The ravine. You shot out my tire. I abandoned it." Pacheco pulled his radio. "Captain, this is Pacheco. We've got him." Reed. "Apprehended without incident. He says the product is in his truck. The Silverado we disabled in the ravine." The radio crackled. Hatcher's voice came through. "Secure him. Bring him to the rally point. I want to talk to him before we process the arrest." "Copy that. Rally point in 20. Pacheco looked at Ruiz. "Get the chain from the ATV. We're walking him out." The chain had no give. It ran from the flex cuffs on Reed's wrists to the tow hook on the back of the Suburban. 20 feet of steel links, each one thick as Reed's thumb. Pacheco had measured it out careful. Not too much slack. Not too little. Just enough that Reed could walk without falling, but not enough that he could build momentum and try something. "Walk," Pacheco said. The Suburban started moving. Reed walked. The chain pulled taut. Reed's arms jerked back. He stumbled. Caught himself. The truck kept moving at 5 miles an hour. Reed walked faster. His legs burned. His feet hurt. The heat was worse now. The afternoon sun was lower, but the ground was radiating back everything it had absorbed. The temperature had to be 115, maybe more. They'd taken his jacket, taken his belt, taken his boots. Reed walked in socks. The volcanic rock cut through the fabric in minutes. He felt blood. Warm at first, then cold as it mixed with sweat. His feet left prints. Red on black. The Suburban kept moving. Behind the Suburban, 3 other vehicles followed. ATVs secured to their roofs. Agents sitting in air-conditioned comfort, watching Reed walk. Pacheco drove the lead vehicle. Ruiz sat in the passenger seat. Every few minutes Ruiz would look back, checking on Reed, making sure the chain was holding. Reed walked for an hour. The Suburban never stopped. Reed's legs went numb after 30 minutes. His vision started to blur after 45. At 50 minutes, he stumbled. The chain jerked him forward. He fell. Hit the ground. The Suburban dragged him 10 feet before Pacheco stopped. Pacheco got out. Walked back. Looked down at Reed. Get up. Reed got to his knees. Stood. His socks were shredded now. His feet were bleeding. Every step felt like walking on broken glass. Keep walking, Pacheco said. We've got another hour to go. Reed walked. The rally point was a flat stretch of desert 5 miles west of the lava field. 3 Suburbans were parked in a triangle. Hatcher stood in the middle. He held his flask. He was drinking when Pacheco pulled up. Reed watched him lower the flask. Cap it. Put it away. Pacheco got out. Unhooked the chain from the tow hook. Pulled Reed forward by the cuffs. Reed stumbled. Caught himself. Pacheco pushed him. Reed fell at Hatcher's feet. Hatcher looked down at him. Marcus Reed. We meet at last. Reed said nothing. He was trying to breathe. His lungs were burning. His throat was raw. He'd thrown up twice during the walk. Dehydration. Heat exhaustion. His body was shutting down. Hatcher crouched. He looked at Reed's feet. At the blood. At the shredded socks. That looks painful. Reed stayed silent. You caused me a lot of problems today, Hatcher said. Shot out 2 of my tires. Made me chase you all over this desert. Made me waste time and fuel and manpower. Do you know how much a tire costs for a federal Suburban? Reed didn't answer. $400 each. So that's $800 you cost the American taxpayer. Plus fuel. Plus overtime for my men. We're probably at $3,000 total. That's a lot of money for one drifter with a grudge. Hatcher stood up. Walked in a circle around Reed. You took something from a crime scene. Federal evidence. $200,000 in cash. 10 kilos of cocaine. Ammunition that traces back to Border Patrol inventory. That makes you a thief. That makes you a criminal. That makes you someone I can arrest and process and send to a federal prison for the next 20 years. You understand? Reed looked up at him. I understand you killed 6 men in a wash. I understand you did it for money. I understand you're dirty. Hatcher smiled. It was a thin smile without humor. Dirty. That's a subjective word. Those 6 men were mules. They were criminals. They were moving drugs and cash for cartels that kill people every day. We eliminated a problem. That's not dirty. That's efficient. You executed them. We stopped them. There's a difference. Not from where I'm sitting. Hatcher pulled his sidearm. Glock 22. He checked the chamber. A round was loaded. He pointed the gun at Reed's head. From where you're sitting, you've got about 30 seconds to tell me what you did with the product. Where it is. Who you told about it. And what your plan was. Reed looked at the gun. Looked at Hatcher. It's in the Silverado. In the ravine. Like I told Pacheco. You can go get it. And the cash? In my pockets. Your boys took it. All of it. All of it. Hatcher holstered his weapon. He looked at Pacheco. Check the truck. Verify the product is there. If it's not, call me. Pacheco got in a Suburban. Drove away. Hatcher turned back to Reed. You made a mistake today. You saw something you shouldn't have seen. You took something you shouldn't have taken. Now you're in a position where your options are limited. What are my options? 2. First option, you cooperate. You tell us everything. You sign a statement saying you found the drugs and cash at an abandoned site. You say you tried to turn them in, but got lost in the desert. We process you. You go to prison for possession. 5 years, maybe 7 with good behavior. You'll be out before you're 50. And the second option. You don't cooperate. You keep your mouth shut. You refuse to sign. In which case, we've got a problem. Because you're a witness. You're evidence. And witnesses have a way of disappearing in the desert. Reed looked around. 8 agents. All armed. All loyal to Hatcher. All compromised by what they'd done in that wash 2 days ago. All motivated to make sure Reed never talked to anyone about what he'd seen. So that's the deal, Reed said. Prison or a shallow grave. Those are your choices. Pick one. Reed thought about it. Thought about 5 years in federal prison. Thought about signing a statement that made him complicit in Hatcher's operation. Thought about the alternative. A bullet in the desert, his body left for the buzzards. Nobody asking questions because nobody cared about ex-agents with dishonorable discharges. I'll take option 3, Reed said. There is no option 3. Sure there is. I don't cooperate. I don't sign. You don't shoot me. You take me to your station. You book me. You put me in front of a judge. And I tell that judge everything. About the 6 dead mules. About the federal brass. About Colonel Vance and the weapons and the cartel scouts. I tell all of it. And then we see what happens. Hatcher stared at him. The air between them was thick with heat and tension. Hatcher's hand went to his flask. He pulled it out. Unscrewed the cap. Took a drink. Put it away. You think anyone will believe you? Hatcher asked. I think they'll investigate. I think once they start investigating, they'll find things. Ballistics. Witnesses. Records of Vance's weapons purchases. Records of your gold coin deposits. I think once they start pulling threads, the whole thing unravels. And you know it. That's why you want me dead. Hatcher was quiet for a long moment. Then he smiled. You're smart. I'll give you that. But you're also dehydrated and exhausted and chained to a Suburban in the middle of nowhere. And I've got 8 armed agents who'll swear you resisted arrest. Who'll swear you pulled a weapon. Who'll swear we had no choice. Then do it. Shoot me. See how it plays. Hatcher pulled his radio. Pacheco. Status. The radio crackled. Found the truck. Product is here. 10 kilos sealed. No tampering. It's all accounted for. Copy. Bring it back. Hatcher looked at Reed. Tonight we're camping here. Tomorrow, we'll figure out what to do with you. Until then, you're going to sit in the sun and think about your choices. Maybe by morning, you'll be more reasonable. Hatcher walked away. Left Reed sitting in the dirt, hands cuffed behind his back, feet bleeding, the sun hammering down. The agents set up camp. They pulled tents from the Suburbans, set up a portable generator, broke out coolers full of beer and ice. They were celebrating. Another day, another problem solved, another witness contained. Reed sat in the dirt and watched them. Watched them drink. Watched them laugh. Watched them act like killing 6 men and hunting a witness was just another day at work. He thought about escape. The flex cuffs were tight, but not unbreakable. The chain was gone now. Hatcher had ordered it removed. Reed was just sitting in the dirt, cuffed but not restrained to anything. If he could get his hands in front of his body, if he could find something sharp, if he could wait for the right moment. Reed started working on it. It would take hours. It would hurt. But he had time. And pain was temporary. Death was permanent. Chapter 8. The sun dropped below the horizon at 7:43. Reed watched it go. The sky turned orange, then red, then purple. The temperature dropped 15 degrees in 20 minutes. Reed's sweat-soaked shirt went from hot to cold. He started shivering. The flex cuffs behind his back made it impossible to pull his arms around himself for warmth. He just sat there in the dirt, shaking, watching the agents set up for the night. They'd built a fire. A proper one, with mesquite wood they'd brought in one of the Suburbans. The flames rose 3 feet high, throwing heat and light across the camp. The agents gathered around it, pulled camp chairs from the vehicles, sat down, broke out the beer coolers. Someone had a Bluetooth speaker. Country music played low, something about trucks and heartbreak and dirt roads. Reed couldn't tell the songs apart anymore. They all sounded the same. Pacheco brought Reed water. A plastic bottle, half empty, warm. He set it on the ground next to Reed. Didn't uncuff him. Just set it there where Reed could see it, but not reach it. "You want a drink, you ask?" Pacheco said. Reed looked at the bottle. Looked at Pacheco. Said nothing. Pacheco walked back to the fire. Grabbed a beer. Popped it open. Drank. Someone handed him a plate of food. MRE beef stew, heated over the fire, eaten straight from the pouch. The agents passed around food. Laughed. Told stories. Acted like this was a camping trip and not a federal crime scene in the making. Reed worked his hands. He'd been working them for 2 hours. The flex cuffs were plastic, designed to be single-use restraints. Once they were on, they were supposed to stay on until someone cut them off. But plastic had a weakness. It stretched. Slowly. Incrementally. If you pulled against it long enough, the material would deform. Reed pulled. He spread his wrists as far as the cuffs would allow. Held them there. Counted to 30. Relaxed. Pulled again. The plastic cut into his skin. Drew blood. But it stretched. A millimeter at a time. Not much. But enough. He'd been doing this for 2 hours. The cuffs had stretched maybe half an inch. Not enough to slip his hands through. But maybe enough that if he could get them in front of his body, he could bite through the plastic. Or find a sharp edge. Or work them against something until they snapped. The agents were getting drunk. Reed could tell by the volume. By the laughter. By the way they moved, loose, uncoordinated, careless. Pacheco was on his 3rd beer. Ruiz was on his 4th. Mills, the young one who Reed had let go in the lava field, sat away from the fire. He hadn't touched the beer. He just sat there in a camp chair, staring at nothing. Reed watched Mills. The kid looked miserable. Looked like he'd rather be anywhere else. Looked like he was realizing what he'd signed up for wasn't what he'd been sold at the academy. Reed wondered if Mills had told Hatcher about the lava field. About Reed letting him go. Probably not. If Mills had told, Reed would be dead already. The fire crackled. Sparks rose into the night sky. The stars were coming out now, thousands of them, brighter than they ever got in cities, turning the desert into something almost beautiful. Reed used to love this. Used to go camping in Big Bend with Boone, back when they were partners. They'd sit by fires just like this one. Drink beer. Tell stories. Make plans about what they'd do after they retired. Boone had wanted to open a bar in El Paso. Reed had wanted to buy land. Build something. Have a place that was his. Boone was dead. Reed's plans were dead. The only thing left was survival. Reed kept working his hands. You think Vance will give us the full payout? Ruiz asked the question. He was sitting close to the fire, holding a beer, staring at the flames. The other agents had spread out, some at the fire, some at the Suburbans, some in tents. Hatcher was in his tent, drinking from his flask, probably passing out. Pacheco was near the fire, playing cards with two other agents Reed didn't know by name. Vance pays, Pacheco said. He threw a card down. He always pays. That's the deal. We clean up his messes, he gives us gold. Simple. But this is different, Ruiz said. This is a witness. Ex-Border Patrol. Someone who knows what to look for. If word gets out. Word's not getting out, Pacheco interrupted. Reed's not talking to anyone. He's either signing a statement, or he's disappearing. Either way, problem solved. And the Mimbres delivery. That's still happening. Pacheco looked at Ruiz. Tuesday. Same as scheduled. 50 rifles. Vance already took their money. If he backs out now, they go somewhere else. He loses the contract. 50 rifles to the cartel, Ruiz said. He drank his beer. Shook his head. You ever think about what happens when they use those rifles? Where they end up? Don't matter where they end up, Pacheco said. We're just the middle. Vance supplies, the Mimbres distribute, the cartels use them however they want. That's not on us. Except, it is on us. When those rifles show up at crime scenes. When they trace back to federal inventory. When Internal Affairs starts asking questions about how cartel gunmen got military-grade weapons. They won't trace back. Vance files off the serial numbers. Sells them through channels that don't keep records. It's clean. Nothing's clean, Ruiz said. Especially not this. Pacheco threw another card. You getting cold feet? I'm saying this is getting complicated. We started simple. Vance pays us to look the other way when his scouts move through. Easy money. No one gets hurt. Now we're executing mules, hunting witnesses, delivering weapons to cartels. It's escalating. It's business, Pacheco said. And business pays better when it escalates. I've made $40,000 this year. On top of my salary. You made the same. That's money for your daughter's school. Money for your mortgage. Money that keeps you from eating ramen every night. You want to give that up because you got ethics? Ruiz went quiet. He drank his beer. Stared at the fire. No. I just want to make sure we're not walking into something we can't walk out of. We're fine. As long as Reed stays quiet, we're fine. And Reed's going to stay quiet because he knows the alternative. Reed listened to all of this. He was 20 feet from the fire. Close enough to hear every word. They'd put him far enough away that he couldn't reach anything useful, but close enough that they could watch him. Close enough that if he tried to move, someone would notice. But they were getting sloppy. Getting drunk. Getting careless. The music from the Bluetooth speaker was louder now. Someone had cranked the volume. The agents were singing along. Badly. Off-key. Ruiz had moved from beer to whiskey. Pacheco had finished his card game and was now arguing with another agent about football. The noise covered sound. The darkness covered movement. Reed worked his hands faster. At 11:30, most of the agents went to sleep. They crawled into tents, zipped them up. Within 10 minutes, Reed heard snoring. The camp went quiet, except for the fire crackling, and the music still playing from the speaker, and the wind moving through the desert scrub. One agent stayed awake. Mills. The kid pulled sentry duty. He sat in a camp chair near the fire, AR-15 across his lap, staring at nothing. Every few minutes, he'd look at Reed. Check that Reed was still sitting there. Still cuffed. Still contained. Reed kept working his hands. The flex cuffs had stretched another quarter-inch. His wrists were slick with blood. The plastic was biting into raw flesh. But it was stretching. He could feel the give. Another hour, and he might be able to slip his hands through. Maybe less. Mills stood up, walked to the Suburban, opened the back door, pulled out a water bottle, drank, closed the door, walked back to his chair, sat down. The whole thing took maybe 30 seconds. But those 30 seconds were Reed's window. Reed pulled his knees up, worked his cuffed hands down under his butt, slid them past his thighs. It hurt. The flex cuffs bit deep. But Reed kept pulling. Got his hands past his knees, past his shins, past his ankles. His hands were in front of him now. Still cuffed. But in front. Mills turned around, looked at Reed. Reed sat still, hands behind his back again, like they'd been all night. Mills stared for 10 seconds. Then he turned back to the fire. Reed waited 5 minutes. Then he brought his hands forward again. Looked at the cuffs. The plastic was stretched, deformed. The teeth of the locking mechanism were visible now. Reed put the cuff in his mouth. Bit down. The plastic was hard, but not unbreakable. Reed worked his jaw. The plastic started to crack. Reed bit harder. The cuff broke. His hands were free. Reed sat there for a moment, flexing his fingers, feeling the blood flow return. His wrists were torn up, bleeding, but his hands worked. That was what mattered. He looked at Mills. The kid was facing the fire, back to Reed. The AR-15 was in his lap. The camp was quiet. The tents were zipped. Everyone was asleep except Mills. And Mills was tired, fighting to stay awake. Every few seconds, his head would drop. He'd jerk awake, shake it off. Then his head would drop again. Reed needed a weapon. Needed something sharp or heavy. Needed something he could use if things went wrong. He looked around. The closest thing was the water bottle Pacheco had left. 20 feet away. Reed could crawl to it. Use it as a distraction. Throw it. When Mills turned to investigate, Reed could move. Or Reed could just leave. Slip into the darkness. Put distance between himself and the camp. They'd find his tracks in the morning. But by then Reed would have hours of head start. And this time he'd be prepared. He knew what he was doing now. Knew where he was going. Twin Peaks. The meeting. 2 a.m., Reed checked his mental clock. It was close to midnight now. 2 hours to get to Twin Peaks. 8 miles, give or take. Reed could walk that. Even without boots. Even with torn-up feet. He'd walked through worse in Afghanistan. Reed started to move. Slow. Quiet. He crawled backward, away from the fire, into the darkness. The volcanic rock bit into his hands and knees. Reed ignored it. Kept moving. 10 feet. 20. Mills didn't turn around. The fire kept crackling. The music kept playing. Reed reached the edge of the camp. Stood up. Looked back. Mills was still in his chair, head dropping, jerking awake, dropping again. The tents were silent. The Suburbans were dark. Reed turned. Started walking. Southwest. Toward Twin Peaks. Toward the meeting. Toward the only lead he had left. Behind him, the camp faded into darkness. The fire became a small, orange dot. Then nothing. Just Reed, and the desert and the stars overhead, and the specific freedom that came from being alive when you should be dead. He walked for an hour before his feet gave out. Sat down on a rock. Looked at them in the starlight. They were shredded. Bleeding. Every step left prints. But they still worked. Reed would deal with infection later. Right now, he needed distance. He stood up. Kept walking. The pain was there. Reed acknowledged it. Then moved past it. Pain was information. Information that could be ignored when survival required it. Twin Peaks grew closer. Two black shapes against the stars. Reed walked toward them, knowing that whatever waited there, whoever was supposed to meet the dead mules, might be his only chance to turn evidence into action. To turn survival into something more than just running. Chapter 9. Mills found the broken flex cuffs at 1:15 a.m. He'd been fighting sleep for 3 hours. Head dropping, jerking awake, dropping again. The fire had burned down to embers. The music had stopped. The Bluetooth speaker's battery had died around midnight. The camp was silent, except for snoring from the tents and the wind moving through the desert scrub. Mills stood up. Stretched. His back hurt from sitting. His legs were stiff. He walked to the edge of the camp to take a piss. On his way back, he looked at the spot where Reed had been sitting. Looked again. Stopped. Reed was gone. Mills ran to the spot. Found the broken flex cuffs in the dirt. The plastic was cracked, teeth marks visible where Reed had bitten through. Mills looked around. Saw tracks in the dust. Barefoot prints heading southwest, away from camp. Fresh. Maybe an hour old. "Captain," Mills yelled. "Captain Hatcher." The camp exploded into motion. Tent zippers opened. Agents stumbled out, half-dressed, fumbling for weapons. Hatcher emerged from his tent holding his Glock, eyes red, breath reeking of whiskey. "What?" "Reed's gone." Broke his cuffs. Headed southwest. Hatcher stared at Mills. The anger built slow, starting in his eyes, spreading across his face. "How long?" "I don't know." "I didn't." "How long?" Mills looked at the ground. At his boots. "Maybe an hour. Maybe more." Hatcher holstered his Glock. Walked to Mills. Stopped 6 inches from his face. "You had one job. One job. Sit in a chair and watch a cuffed man. And you fell asleep." "I didn't fall asleep. I just—" Hatcher hit him. Open hand across the face. The sound cracked through the camp. Mills stumbled. Caught himself. Didn't raise his hands to defend. Just stood there taking it. "Get the ATVs," Hatcher said. "Wake up, Pacheco. Get Ruiz. We're tracking him. Now." The agents moved. They pulled on boots, grabbed rifles, fired up the ATVs. Pacheco appeared from his tent, still drunk, eyes barely open. Hatcher grabbed him by the shirt. "You're not riding. You're too drunk." Mills drives. "You navigate." "I'm fine," Pacheco said. "You're not fine. You're liability. Get on the ATV or get in a tent. Your choice." Pacheco climbed onto the back of Mills's ATV. Mills started the engine. Ruiz climbed onto the second ATV with another agent. The engines roared. Headlights cut through the darkness. "Find him," Hatcher said. "He's on foot. Barefoot. Bleeding. He can't have gone far. Follow the tracks. When you catch him, radio me. Do not engage. Just contain. Understand?" Understood, Mills said. The ATVs pulled out. Reed's tracks were easy to follow. Bare footprints in the dust, blood drops every few yards, a clear line pointing southwest. Mills pushed the four-wheeler to 40. Pacheco held on behind him, cursing, one hand gripping the seat, the other holding his AR-15. "Slow down," Pacheco said. Captain said find him. Captain didn't say kill ourselves, hitting a rock at 40 miles an hour in the dark. Mills eased off. Dropped to 30. The headlight beam showed the tracks clearly now. Reed had been walking fast. No hesitation. Straight line southwest. Mills knew that direction. Twin Peaks. The meeting marked on the map they'd taken from Reed's pocket. "He's going to Twin Peaks," Mills said. 2 a.m. meeting, Pacheco said. "He's trying to make contact. Trying to meet whoever was supposed to pick up those mules." Who was supposed to pick them up? How should I know? Vance handles distribution. We just handle elimination. Mills followed the tracks. They led through open desert for a mile, then into a rocky area where the tracks got harder to follow. Mills stopped the ATV, got off, pulled a flashlight, searched the ground, found blood on a rock. More blood 10 yards ahead. Reed had come this way. Mills got back on, kept following. Ahead, Twin Peaks rose against the stars. 2 black volcanic cones, maybe 3 miles out. Mills checked his watch. 1:40. Reed had a head start, but Mills had speed. Mills would catch him before he reached the peaks. Had to. If Reed made contact with whoever was waiting there, things got complicated. Reed heard the ATVs at 2 miles out. The sound carried across the desert, high-pitched whine, 2 engines coming from the northeast. Reed stopped walking. Looked back. Saw the headlights. 2 of them, bouncing across the terrain, following his tracks. He'd known they'd come. Knew Mills would wake up eventually. Knew they'd find the broken cuffs. The question was whether Reed could reach Twin Peaks before they caught him. Reed looked ahead. The peaks were close now. Maybe a mile. He could see details in the starlight. The black rock, the steep slopes, the gap between the 2 cones. The meeting place would be in that gap. Had to be. Vehicles could drive through. It was sheltered. It was the logical spot. Reed ran. Not fast. His feet wouldn't allow it. But faster than walking. A shuffling jog that covered maybe 4 miles an hour. The ATVs were doing 30. Reed had maybe 3 minutes before they caught him. He reached the base of the peaks. The gap opened up ahead, a natural passage between the 2 cones, maybe 50 yards wide. Reed entered the gap. The walls rose on both sides, black volcanic rock striped with white mineral deposits. The ground here was smoother. Packed dirt instead of loose gravel. Tire tracks were visible. Multiple vehicles had been through here recently. Reed heard the ATVs enter the gap behind him. The engine noise echoed off the walls, amplified, disorienting. Reed turned. Saw the headlights. They were 100 yards back. Close enough that Reed could see the riders, 2 men on each ATV armed, coming fast. Reed looked ahead. Saw something. A shape. Dark against the darker rock. A vehicle. Parked in the center of the gap. Truck looked like American make. Big. Reed ran toward it. The ATVs accelerated. 60 yards back now. The lead rider, Mills, was shouting something. Reed couldn't hear the words over the engine noise. Reed kept running. 50 yards from the truck. 40. 30. The truck's headlights came on. Blinding. Reed raised his hand to shield his eyes. The truck's engine started. Deep rumble. Diesel. Heavy truck. Not a pickup. Something bigger. Reed reached the truck. Stopped. The headlights were so bright, He couldn't see who was inside. He heard a door open. Footsteps. A voice. "Who the hell are you?" Male voice. 50s maybe. Gravel in the throat. Smoker's voice. The kind that came from 30 years of cigarettes and desert dust. Reed raised his hands. "Marcus Reed. I need help." "You're not Miguel." "Miguel's dead. Him and 5 others. Executed. 2 days ago." The voice was quiet for a moment. Then, "Show me your hands." Slow. Reed moved his hands apart. Turned them over. Showed both sides. No weapons. No threats. Just a man with bloody wrists and shredded feet standing in a gap between 2 volcanic cones at 2 in the morning. "Who killed Miguel?" the voice asked. "Border Patrol. Captain Hatcher's unit. Ambush. Professional hit. They took the cash and product. Left the bodies for the buzzards." "Why?" "Because Miguel was running competition through territory that belongs to Colonel Vance. Vance pays Hatcher to eliminate problems. Miguel was a problem." The ATVs were 50 yards away now. Slowing. Spreading out. Flanking positions. Reed heard their engines idle down. Heard voices calling out. Heard Mills shouting, "Reed, step away from the vehicle. Hands up. Do it now." Reed didn't move. He looked at the shape behind the headlights. "I'm a witness. I saw the massacre. I took evidence. I know about Vance. I know about the weapons going to the Mimbres. I know about Tuesday's delivery. And these men behind me are trying to kill me before I can tell anyone." The voice was quiet. Reed could hear breathing. Thinking. The ATVs were 40 yards away now. Mills was shouting again. Reed heard the sound of an AR-15 charging handle. Someone was preparing to fire. "Get in," the voice said. The passenger door of the truck opened. Reed climbed in. Slammed the door. The truck was a Ford F-450 crew cab, lifted suspension, tires taller than Reed's waist. The driver was a man in his 50s with gray hair and a weathered face. He wore a denim jacket and jeans. No uniform. No badge. Just a man who looked like he'd been driving through the desert for 40 years and knew every dirt road by heart. The driver put the truck in gear. "Hold on." The F-450 launched forward. Reed grabbed the "oh shit" handle. The truck accelerated through the gap, heading southwest away from the ATVs. Behind them, Mills was shouting into his radio. The ATVs were trying to turn around. But the gap was narrow. They had to maneuver. That gave the truck time. Reed looked at the driver. "Who are you?" "Someone who doesn't like being stood up. Miguel was bringing me a package. Cash and product. I paid for it. I want it. The product's in a Suburban at Hatcher's camp. The cash is in their evidence bags. You're not getting it back." "Then why'd you come here?" "Because I need leverage. I need proof. I need someone who can testify that Vance is arming cartels and paying federal agents to murder competitors. Your distribution. You know the operation. You're the witness I need." The driver laughed. It was a harsh sound without humor. "I'm not testifying to anything. I'm a buyer. I move product. The second I talk to law enforcement, I'm done. Cartels don't forgive snitches. Then I'll make it worth your while." "With what?" "You've got nothing. You're barefoot, bleeding, and running from federal agents. You're not in a position to make deals." Reed thought about this. The driver was right. Reed had no leverage. No money. No product. No evidence except what was in his memory. But Reed had one thing the driver wanted. Information, Reed said. I know when the next delivery is. Tuesday. 50 rifles. I know where Vance stores them. I know the route the Mimbres use. I know the whole operation. That information is worth something. To you. To your buyers. To anyone who wants to cut Vance out and take over his territory. The driver was quiet. He drove for another minute. The ATVs were falling behind now. The F-450 was faster, heavier, built for this terrain. The ATVs couldn't keep up. What's your name? Reed asked. Casper. First or last? Only. Casper. I'm not asking you to testify. I'm not asking you to talk to law enforcement. I'm asking you to help me stop a corrupt operation that killed 6 of your people and is trying to kill me. You do that, I give you everything I know. Routes. Schedules. Contacts. Everything. Casper drove in silence. The gap opened up ahead. The peaks fell away behind them. The desert spread out flat and empty. Casper reached into his jacket. Reed tensed. Casper pulled out a pack of Marlboros. Lit one. Smoked. The ember glowed in the darkness. Tuesday, Casper said. That's 2 days from now. You're telling me Vance has 50 rifles ready to go. That's what I heard. His men were talking about it. 50 rifles. Mimbres already paid half. Vance delivers Tuesday or he loses the contract. Where? I don't know. But I can find out. How? By going back. By getting captured. By listening. Casper laughed again. That's suicide. That's the plan. They won't kill me if they think I might talk. They'll keep me alive. Keep asking questions. And while they're asking, I'll be listening. Learning. Getting what I need. And then what? Then I get out. Then I find you. Then we take the delivery. You get 50 rifles. I get Hatcher and Vance on charges that stick. Everybody wins, except the people who deserve to lose. Casper smoked his cigarette. The F-450 ate up highway, running at 80, headlights cutting through the darkness. Behind them, the ATVs were gone. Lost in the desert. Mills would call Hatcher. Hatcher would bring the Suburbans. But by then, Reed would be miles away. You're crazy, Casper said. Probably. How do I know you're not lying? How do I know this isn't a setup? You don't. But Miguel's dead. His crew's dead. Your product's gone. Your money's gone. And the people responsible are still operating. Still killing. Still taking. You want revenge, or you want to keep getting robbed? Casper was quiet. He finished his cigarette. Flicked it out the window. 2 days. You get me details on Tuesday's delivery. Location, time, security. You do that, I help you. I don't testify. I don't talk to cops. But I help you take them down. Deal? Deal. Casper pulled over. Stopped the truck. Looked at Reed. Get out. What? You said you're going back. Getting captured. This is where you do it. They'll find you on the highway. They'll pick you up. And you'll listen. Like you said. Now get out. Reed opened the door. Got out. His feet hit the asphalt. The pain was immediate. But Reed stood. Casper leaned across the cab. Pulled something from the glove box. Tossed it to Reed. A cell phone. Burner. Prepaid. My number's programmed. You get details, you call. Don't call for anything else. Understood. Reed caught the phone. Put it in his pocket. Nodded. Casper put the truck in gear. Drove away. The taillights faded. Reed stood on the highway alone. No boots. No weapons. Just a burner phone and a plan that required him to walk back into custody and hope he lived long enough to execute it. Behind him, headlights appeared. The Suburbans, coming fast. Reed sat down on the highway. Put his hands up. Waited. Chapter 10. The Suburbans came around the curve, doing 90. Reed saw the headlights first. 5 vehicles running in formation, eating up highway. He stayed sitting in the middle of the road, hands raised, waiting. The burner phone was in his sock, the only clothing he still had. He'd pushed it deep, past the shredded fabric, wedging it against his ankle bone where it wouldn't be visible unless someone checked carefully. The lead Suburban's brakes screamed. The vehicle fishtailed. Stopped 20 feet from Reed. Doors opened. 4 agents piled out, AR-15s up, shouting commands. Reed didn't move. Just sat there with his hands raised, trying to look exhausted. Trying to look defeated. It wasn't hard. His feet were destroyed. His body was shutting down from dehydration. The only thing keeping him conscious was the mission. The plan. Get captured. Listen. Learn. Escape. Execute. Hatcher got out of the passenger seat. He walked to Reed. His face was red. His jaw was clenched. His hand went to his flask. He pulled it out. Unscrewed the cap. Drank. Put it away. Then he kicked Reed in the ribs. Reed went down. Curled up. The kick hadn't been hard enough to break anything, but it drove the air from his lungs. Reed gasped. Tried to breathe. Hatcher kicked him again. This time, in the back. Reed's spine compressed. Pain shot through his nervous system. He bit his tongue. Tasted blood. You think you're smart? Hatcher said. He circled Reed. Kicked him a 3rd time. Kidney shot. Reed groaned. You think you can break out of my custody and just wait on the highway for me to pick you up? You think that's how this works? Reed didn't answer. He was trying to protect his ribs. Trying to keep his hands over his head. Trying to look like a man who'd given up. Hatcher stopped kicking. He crouched next to Reed. Grabbed Reed's hair. Pulled his head back. Looked at his face. Where did you go? Reed said nothing. You broke out at midnight. Mills found the cuffs at 1:15. We tracked you to Twin Peaks. We found tire tracks. Big truck. Diesel. Someone picked you up. Who? Reed stayed silent. Hatcher slammed Reed's face into the asphalt. Reed's nose broke. Blood poured. Reed gasped. Hatcher pulled his head up again. Who picked you up? Nobody, Reed said. Blood ran down his face. His voice was thick. Walked to the highway. Sat down. Waited for you. You're lying. The tire tracks were fresh. Someone was there. Someone was supposed to meet those mules. You made contact. Who was it? Don't know. They left before I got there. Hatcher stared at Reed. His eyes were bloodshot. His breath smelled like whiskey and anger. He stood up. Walked to Pacheco. Search him. Every inch. I want to know what he's carrying. Pacheco pulled Reed to his feet. Reed swayed. Pacheco held him steady. Started patting him down. Checked Reed's pockets. Nothing. Checked his waistband. Nothing. Checked his chest. Nothing. Moved to his legs. Checked the shredded remains of Reed's pants. Nothing. Pacheco looked at Hatcher. He's clean. No weapons. No phone. No nothing. Check his socks. Pacheco knelt. Reed's heart rate spiked. Pacheco pulled off the left sock. Examined it. Nothing. Moved to the right sock. Reed held his breath. Pacheco pulled the sock down. Looked at Reed's ankle. The ankle was swollen, bleeding, covered in dirt. Pacheco grimaced. Pulled the sock the rest of the way off. Examined it. Found nothing. The burner phone was still there. Wedged against the bone. Covered by dirt and blood. Pacheco had missed it. Reed exhaled slowly. Nothing, Pacheco said. He stood up. Handed Hatcher the torn socks. He's got nothing. Hatcher threw the socks on the ground. Looked at Reed. You're either very lucky or very stupid. I haven't decided which. Both, Reed said. Hatcher almost smiled. Almost. Put him in the back. Cuff him to the seat. I'm not taking chances this time. Pacheco and Ruiz grabbed Reed. Dragged him to the nearest Suburban. Opened the back door. Threw Reed inside. Reed hit the seat hard. His ribs screamed. Pacheco pulled flex cuffs. This time he used 2 sets. One on Reed's wrists. One connecting Reed's wrists to the seat anchor. Reed wasn't going anywhere. The door slammed. Reed was alone in the back. The windows were tinted. The partition between front and back was up. Reed couldn't see the agents. Couldn't hear them clearly. Just muffled voices through the glass. Reed worked his foot. Felt the burner phone against his ankle. Still there. Still hidden. The plan was intact. Get captured. Listen. Learn Tuesday's details. Escape. Call Casper. Ambush the delivery. Simple. Except nothing was simple anymore. They drove for 40 minutes. Reed counted the turns. Memorized the route. They were heading north now. Away from Twin Peaks. Away from the border. Toward the station. Toward processing. Toward whatever Hatcher had planned. The Suburban stopped. Reed heard doors opening. Voices. Footsteps. His door opened. Pacheco reached in. Unhooked Reed from the seat anchor, but left his wrists cuffed. Pulled him out. They were at a truck stop. Middle of nowhere. Gas pumps, convenience store, a few big rigs parked in the lot. 3:30 in the morning. The place was open, but empty except for a clerk inside. Hatcher walked over. He held a paper bag. Fast food. Burgers, fries, the smell of grease and salt. He pulled out a burger. Unwrapped it. Took a bite. Chewed. Swallowed. Looked at Reed. You hungry? Hatcher asked. Reed said nothing. Course you are. You haven't eaten in what, 20 hours? Maybe more. Your body's running on empty. Dehydration. Heat exhaustion. Broken nose. Shredded feet. You're a mess, Reed. You need food. You need water. You need medical attention. Hatcher held out the burger. Tell me who picked you up at Twin Peaks, and I'll give you this. I'll give you water. I'll let you sit down. I'll even get a medic to look at those feet. Reed looked at the burger. His stomach cramped. He was starving. Hadn't eaten since yesterday morning. His body was shutting down. But Reed knew what Hatcher was doing. The offer wasn't kindness. It was leverage. Information for food. Information for water. Information for survival. Nobody picked me up, Reed said. Hatcher ate the burger. Finished it. Crumpled the wrapper. Threw it on the ground. Wrong answer. He pulled another burger from the bag. Held it up. Last chance. Who picked you up? Reed stayed silent. Hatcher gave the burger to Pacheco. Feed it to him. Pacheco looked confused. Feed it to. Shove it in his mouth. See if he'll eat while I'm asking questions. Pacheco grabbed Reed's jaw, forced it open, shoved the burger in. Reed gagged, tried to breathe. The burger was too big, too dry. Reed choked. Pacheco pulled it out. Reed spat food, gasped for air. Hatcher watched this. His expression never changed. Who picked you up at Twin Peaks? Reed coughed. Blood and burger came up. He spat again. Looked at Hatcher. Go to hell. Hatcher nodded to Pacheco. Pacheco grabbed Reed, dragged him to the bathroom behind the convenience store, kicked the door open, pulled Reed inside. The bathroom was filthy, broken mirror, overflowing toilet, smell of urine and chemicals. Pacheco shoved Reed's head into the toilet bowl. Reed held his breath. His face went under. The water was cold, chemical, disgusting. Pacheco held him there. Reed counted. 5 seconds. 10. 15. His lungs burned. 20 seconds. 25. Pacheco pulled him up. Reed gasped. Breathed. Water streamed down his face. Pacheco shoved him down again. This time longer. 30 seconds. 35. Reed's vision started to narrow. 40 seconds. Pacheco pulled him up. Who picked you up? Hatcher's voice. He was standing in the doorway, watching. Reed couldn't speak. Just gasped. Tried to breathe. Tried to think. The plan was falling apart. He couldn't take much more of this. His body was done. His mind was hanging on by a thread. Pacheco shoved him under a third time. This time, Reed didn't count. Just held on. Held his breath. Focused on the mission. On Tuesday. On Casper. On the 50 rifles. On taking down Hatcher and Vance, and everyone who'd killed 6 mules and was trying to kill him. Pacheco pulled him up. Reed collapsed on the floor, coughing, gasping, water everywhere. Hatcher crouched next to him. You're going to tell me eventually. Everyone does. The question is how much damage you take before you talk. So I'm giving you a choice. Tell me now, while you can still walk out of this bathroom. Or tell me later, after Pacheco gets creative. Your call. Reed looked at Hatcher through swollen eyes. I told you. Nobody picked me up. I broke out. Walked to the highway. Waited. That's it. Hatcher stood. He looked at Pacheco. Put him back in the Suburban. We're done here. For now. Pacheco pulled Reed to his feet. Dragged him out of the bathroom. Back to the vehicles. Threw him in the back seat. Cuffed him to the anchor again. Slammed the door. Reed lay there. Soaked. Bleeding. Broken. But the burner phone was still in his sock. Still hidden. Still functional. And Reed was still conscious. Still listening. Still learning. Through the partition, Reed heard voices. Hatcher was on his radio. Talking to someone. Reed couldn't hear most of it. Just fragments. Need to accelerate the timeline. Tuesday's too risky. Move the delivery to tomorrow. Vance won't like it. Don't care what Vance likes. Reed's mind sharpened. Tomorrow. They were moving the delivery. Not Tuesday. Tomorrow. That changed everything. Reed had 1 day. Not 2. 1 day to escape, call Casper, set up the ambush. The math was getting tighter. They arrived at the station at 5 a.m. Border Patrol Sector Office, Alpine, Texas. Concrete building, chain link fence, government vehicles parked in rows. The sun was just starting to lighten the eastern sky. Reed could see it through the tinted windows. Dawn. Another day. Another chance. Pacheco pulled Reed from the Suburban. Walked him inside. The station was empty this early. Just a night clerk at the front desk. She looked at Reed, soaked, bleeding, barefoot, broken, and said nothing. Just looked at Pacheco. Pacheco shook his head. The clerk went back to her paperwork. They took Reed down a hallway. Through a door marked holding. Into a cell. 6x8 concrete walls, steel bunk, toilet. Pacheco uncuffed Reed. Pushed him inside. Closed the door. The lock clicked. Reed sat on the bunk. Looked at the cell. No windows. One door. Camera in the corner. Red light blinking. Someone was watching. Reed lay down. Closed his eyes. Pretended to sleep. But his mind was working. Tomorrow. The delivery was tomorrow. Reed had maybe 12 hours to escape, call Casper, coordinate the ambush. 12 hours to turn this disaster into something that could take down Hatcher and Vance and everyone involved. The burner phone was still in his sock. Still against his ankle bone. Still hidden. Reed moved his foot. Felt it there. Confirmed it was real. Confirmed he wasn't hallucinating from the beating and the drowning and the exhaustion. Reed thought about Casper. About the deal they'd made. About the 50 rifles that were now moving tomorrow instead of Tuesday. Reed needed to call. Needed to tell Casper about the timeline change. But not yet. Not with the camera watching. Not with agents in the building who could hear. Reed needed to wait. Needed to find the moment. Needed to execute. Through the door, Reed heard voices. Hatcher and someone else. A woman. They were talking in the hallway. Reed listened. Can't hold him much longer without charges. I'll file charges. On what evidence? Possession of stolen property, federal contraband resisting arrest. That'll hold him 72 hours, then he gets a hearing. 72 hours is enough. Enough for what? Hatcher didn't answer. The voices moved away. Reed heard footsteps. A door closing. Silence. 72 hours. Hatcher was going to file charges. Process Reed. Hold him for 3 days. By then, the delivery would be done. The rifles would be gone. Hatcher and Vance would have covered their tracks. And Reed would be sitting in a cell, unable to do anything. Reed couldn't wait 72 hours. Couldn't wait 12 hours. Had to move now. Had to escape now. Had to call Casper now. But the camera was watching. The door was locked. And Reed's body was shutting down. He needed rest. Needed water. Needed food. Needed to let his body recover enough to function. Reed lay on the bunk. Closed his eyes. Made a decision. He'd sleep for 2 hours. Just 2. Let his body repair what it could. Then he'd move. Then he'd escape. Then he'd finish this. The camera's red light blinked. Reed ignored it. Forced his mind to shut down. Forced his body to rest. Sleep came fast. Dark. Dreamless. The sleep of a man who'd pushed past every limit and was running on pure determination. When Reed woke 2 hours later, the first thing he did was check his ankle. The burner phone was still there. Still hidden. Still waiting. Reed stood up. Looked at the camera. Smiled. The camera couldn't hear him. Couldn't read his mind. Couldn't know what Reed was planning. Time to move. Chapter 11. The toilet tank lid was ceramic, heavy, maybe 4 pounds. Reed lifted it carefully. Set it on the bunk. The water inside the tank was clean, cleaner than the bowl anyway. Reed cupped his hands. Drank. The water was cold, metallic, tasted like rust and minerals. Reed drank until his stomach cramped. Then he drank more. The camera watched. Reed ignored it. Let them watch him drink toilet water. Let them think he was desperate. He was desperate. But he was also planning. Reed looked at the toilet tank lid. Looked at the door. The door was steel, reinforced, commercial grade. The hinges were on the outside. The lock was electronic. Reed couldn't break through the door. But he didn't need to break through the door. He just needed someone to open it. Reed picked up the toilet tank lid. Held it like a weapon. Positioned himself behind the door. Out of the camera's view. Waited. 10 minutes later, footsteps in the hallway. Reed heard them coming. One person. Rubber-soled shoes squeaking on linoleum. The footsteps stopped outside Reed's cell. Reed heard breathing. Someone checking the observation window. Reed stayed still. Stayed quiet. The breathing moved away. The footsteps continued down the hall. Reed waited. 20 minutes. 30. The footsteps came back. Stopped again. This time the lock clicked. The door started to open. Reed swung the toilet tank lid. It connected with the side of the opening door. Ceramic shattered. Pieces flew. The door slammed back shut. Reed heard cursing. Male voice. Young. Probably Mills. Reed swung again. This time at head height. The door opened again. The ceramic lid caught the agent square in the face. The man went down. Dropped his keys. Dropped his flashlight. Dropped everything. Reed stepped over him. Looked down. Not Mills. Different agent. Older. 50s. Security guard, probably. Night shift. Wrong place. Wrong time. Reed knelt. Checked the man's pulse. Still alive. Unconscious. Bleeding from the nose and forehead, but breathing. Reed took the keys. Took the radio. Took the man's jacket, too small but better than nothing. Reed left the flashlight. Too visible. The hallway was empty. Gray walls, fluorescent lights, concrete floor. Reed moved quick. Barefoot. Silent. The burner phone was still in his sock. Still hidden. Reed had maybe 2 minutes before someone checked the camera feed. 2 minutes before alarms started. 2 minutes to get outside. He found the exit at the end of the hallway. Emergency exit. Alarmed. Reed hit it anyway. The alarm screamed. Reed kept moving. Out into the parking lot. 5:15 a.m. The sun was just clearing the horizon. Reed saw the Suburbans parked in rows. Saw civilian vehicles in a separate lot. Saw the chain-link fence surrounding the compound. Behind him, voices. Shouting. The alarm had brought everyone. Reed ran. Not toward the fence. Toward the civilian parking lot. He reached the first vehicle, a Honda Civic, locked. Second vehicle, Ford F-150, locked. Third vehicle, Jeep Wrangler, soft top, zipper partially open. Reed pulled the zipper. Climbed inside. The Jeep's doors were unlocked. Reed checked under the seat. Nothing. Checked the sun visor. Nothing. Checked the center console. Found what he needed. Spare key. Reed started the Jeep. The engine turned over. Reed put it in gear. Drove toward the exit. The gate was closed. Chain link, electronic. Reed accelerated. Hit the gate at 30 miles an hour. The chain link buckled. The Jeep pushed through. Metal scraped. The windshield cracked. But the Jeep kept moving. In the rearview mirror, Reed saw agents pouring into the parking lot. Saw weapons coming up. Heard gunshots. Heard bullets hitting metal. The back window exploded. Glass rained down. Reed kept driving. Pushed the Jeep to 60. Got on the highway. Headed west. Reed drove for 5 miles before pulling over. He needed to check damage. Needed to make the call. Needed to move before Hatcher organized pursuit. The Jeep was shot up. 3 bullet holes in the body. Back window gone. But the engine ran. The tires held. Good enough. Reed pulled the burner phone from his sock. Turned it on. The screen lit up. Battery at 40%. 1 number programmed. Casper. Reed dialed. It rang twice. Casper answered. Yeah. It's Reed. You get details? They moved the timeline. Delivery is today. Not Tuesday. Today. Casper was quiet. Today when? I don't know exact time. But soon. Hatcher's accelerating because of me. Because I'm a loose end. He wants the delivery done and buried before anyone starts asking questions. Where? I don't know that either. But I know how to find out. How? By making Hatcher tell me. By getting caught again. By listening when they think I can't hear. Casper laughed. It was a harsh sound. You're going to get caught a 3rd time? That's the plan. That's suicide. That's the only play I have left. They moved the timeline. That means they're moving the location too. Different route. Different security. I need details. The only way to get details is to be there when they're planning. And how do you plan to be there? By not running. By letting them catch me. By staying close. You're crazy. Probably. But I'm also right. This is the only way. Casper was quiet for a long moment. Reed heard him breathing. Heard him thinking. Heard the sound of a lighter, a cigarette being lit, smoke being inhaled. Call me when you have details, Casper said. Location. Time. Route. Security. Everything. You get me that, I'll be there. I'll bring people. We'll take the delivery. But you better be right about this. Because if you're wrong, if this is a setup, you're a dead man. It's not a setup. You better hope not. Casper hung up. Reed turned off the phone. Put it back in his sock. Checked the rear-view mirror. Empty highway behind him. But that wouldn't last. Hatcher would be organizing pursuit right now. Would be calling every trooper, every sheriff, every deputy within 100 miles. Would be putting out an APB. Would be making Reed the most wanted man in West Texas. Reed needed to disappear. Needed to ditch the Jeep. Needed to get somewhere Hatcher wouldn't look. Somewhere Reed could watch without being seen. Somewhere Reed could wait for the opportunity to get close again. Reed thought about the lava fields. The black rock formations where he'd lost Hatcher's team before. The narrow passages and tall formations and shadow-filled crevices where a man could hide for days if he was careful. If he was patient. If he was willing to suffer. Reed had already proven he was willing to suffer. He put the Jeep in gear. Drove west. Toward the lava fields. Toward the last place Hatcher would want to search. Toward the place where Reed had the advantage. Reed ditched the Jeep 3 miles into the lava field. Drove it as far as the terrain allowed, then abandoned it behind a rock formation where it wouldn't be visible from the air. Wiped down the steering wheel and door handles. Grabbed the agent's jacket. Grabbed an emergency blanket from the back. Left everything else. He walked deeper into the field. His feet were past pain now. They'd crossed some threshold where the nerve endings had given up. Every step felt distant. Mechanical. Like walking on stumps. Reed looked down once. Saw the damage. Bone was visible through the torn flesh. Infection was guaranteed. But infection took days to kill you. Bullets took seconds. Reed would worry about infection later. He found a position 2 hours later. A natural fortress of rock. 3 walls of volcanic stone open on one side, high enough that Reed could see the approaches, but sheltered enough that he was invisible from distance. Reed sat up in the shade. Spread the emergency blanket. Lay down. Closed his eyes. He needed rest. 2 hours of sleep in the holding cell hadn't been enough. Reed's body was operating on fumes. But sleep was a luxury. Reed could afford maybe an hour. Maybe less. Then he needed to move. Needed to position himself for whatever came next. Reed slept anyway. 30 minutes. Deep. Dreamless. When he woke, the sun was higher. The temperature was climbing. Reed guessed 80 degrees. By noon, it would be over 100. By 2 p.m., it would be dangerous. But Reed would be gone by then. Would be moving. Would be hunting. He heard engines. Distant. Multiple. Coming from the east. Reed stood. Looked over the rock wall. Saw dust clouds. 3 vehicles. Black Suburbans. They were entering the lava field. Driving slow. Searching. Reed had expected this. Hatcher wouldn't give up. Would search everywhere. Would check every place Reed had been before. The lava field was obvious. The question was whether Reed could use that against them. Reed pulled the burner phone. Checked the battery. 35%. Still enough. Reed turned it off. Saved the power for the call he'd need to make later. After he had the details. After he'd listened. After he'd learned where and when the delivery was happening. The Suburbans spread out. Searching in a pattern. Professional. Systematic. They'd learned from last time. They weren't rushing. Weren't making mistakes. Hatcher was being careful. Reed watched them search for an hour. They came close. 50 yards from Reed's position. But they didn't see him. The rock walls provided cover. The shadows provided concealment. Reed stayed still. Stayed quiet. Let them search. 1 Suburban stopped. 2 agents got out. Pacheco and Ruiz. They were arguing. Reed was too far away to hear the words. But he could see the gestures. Pacheco pointing one direction. Ruiz pointing another. They were disagreeing about where to search next. Ruiz won. They got back in the Suburban. Drove south. Away from Reed. The other 2 vehicles followed. The search pattern moved away. After 30 minutes, the Suburbans were gone. Back to the highway. Back to the station. Back to whatever Hatcher had planned next. Reed waited another hour. Making sure they were really gone. Making sure it wasn't a trap. Making sure Hatcher hadn't left someone behind to watch. The lava field was empty. Silent. Just Reed and the rocks and the heat building toward noon. Reed stood. Packed the emergency blanket. Put on the stolen jacket. Started walking. Not deeper into the field. Toward the edge. Toward the highway. Toward where he could watch the road. Watch for Hatcher. Watch for the delivery convoy when it moved. Because it would move today. Hatcher had said so on the radio. Today. Soon. And Reed needed to be there when it did. Needed to see it. Needed to follow it. Needed to learn where it was going, so he could call Casper and spring the trap. Reed reached the edge of the lava field by noon. Found a position on a ridge overlooking Highway 118. The highway ran straight for miles in both directions. Anything moving on it would be visible. Reed sat up in the shade of a rock, pulled out the burner phone, checked the battery. 30%. Still enough. Reed turned it off. Waited. The highway was empty for 2 hours. Then Reed saw them. Not Suburbans. Something bigger. 2 box trucks. White. Commercial. Driving north. 50 miles an hour. Staying legal. Staying quiet. They looked like furniture delivery trucks. Like moving vans. Like something that wouldn't attract attention. But Reed knew better. He'd seen this before. In El Paso. When he was still Border Patrol. Before the discharge. Before Boone died. Before everything fell apart. Weapon shipments moved in trucks like this. Hidden among legal cargo. Camouflaged as legitimate business. The cartels had been using this method for years. Reed watched the trucks pass. Memorized the details. White box trucks. No company logos. No markings. License plates were visible, but Reed was too far to read them. The trucks were identical. That was intentional. Redundancy. If one truck got stopped, the other kept moving. If one got seized, the operation lost half the shipment but not all of it. The trucks drove north. Toward Sanderson. Toward the junction where Highway 118 met Highway 285. From there, they could go anywhere. North to Pecos. West to Van Horn. East to Fort Stockton. The routes multiplied. The options expanded. Reed needed to follow. Needed to see where they went. Needed to confirm the destination before calling Casper. Reed climbed down from the ridge. Started running. Not fast. His feet wouldn't allow it. But a sustainable jog that covered ground. 4 miles an hour. Maybe 5. The trucks were doing 50. Reed couldn't keep up. But he didn't need to keep up. He just needed to get close enough to see which direction they turned at the junction. Reed ran for 30 minutes. The heat was brutal. The sun was directly overhead. The temperature was past 100 now. Reed's vision was narrowing. His lungs were burning. His body was demanding water. Reed ignored all of it. Focused on the mission. On the trucks. On the 50 rifles. On taking down Hatcher and Vance. He reached a point where he could see the junction. The trucks were stopped. Not at a light. There were no lights out here. They were just stopped. Waiting. Reed used binoculars he'd stolen from the Jeep's glove box. Focused on the trucks. A third vehicle appeared. Black Suburban. Government plates. It pulled up next to the lead truck. The driver's door opened. Hatcher got out. Reed watched Hatcher walk to the truck. Talk to someone inside. Hatcher was gesturing. Pointing north. The truck driver nodded. Hatcher walked back to the Suburban. Got in. The Suburban drove away. The trucks waited another 5 minutes. Then they turned. North. Toward Pecos. Reed had his answer. Pecos. The delivery was going to Pecos. That's where Hatcher was taking the rifles. That's where the Mimbres were waiting. That's where Reed needed to ambush them. Reed pulled the burner phone. Dialed Casper. Yeah, Casper answered. Pecos, Reed said. 2 white box trucks. No markings. They're heading north on 285. Should reach Pecos in 2 hours. That's where the delivery happens. That's where you need to be. You sure? I watched Hatcher brief the drivers. I saw him point north. I saw the trucks turn. I'm sure. Location in Pecos? I don't know. But it'll be somewhere isolated. Somewhere the Mimbres can load without being seen. Probably industrial area. Maybe abandoned warehouse. Follow the trucks. See where they stop. Then move. What about you? I'll be there. I'm walking to Pecos now. It'll take me 4 hours. Maybe 5. But I'll be there. And when you make your move, I'll make mine. You're going after Hatcher. I'm going after evidence. Hatcher's just part of it. I need proof. I need witnesses. I need something that sticks. You get the rifles. I get the proof. We both win. Casper was quiet. Then 4 hours. Pecos. Don't be late. He hung up. Reed turned off the phone. Put it in his sock. Started walking north. Toward Pecos. Toward the endgame. Toward the confrontation that had been building since Reed found 6 bodies in a wash and decided not to walk away. Chapter 12. Reed saw the ranch from 2 miles out. It sat in a shallow valley between 2 low hills. Small. Maybe 40 acres. Barbed wire fence, metal gate, modest house with white siding. Barn behind it. Corral with 3 horses. Vegetable garden. Solar panels on the roof. The kind of place people built when they wanted to be left alone. When they wanted to live simple. When they thought the desert would protect them by being too harsh for anyone else to bother with. Reed thought they were wrong. The desert didn't protect anyone. It just made dying slower. He walked down the dirt road leading to the gate. His feet left bloody prints. His vision was blurring at the edges. He'd been walking for 3 hours. Another hour to Pecos. But he couldn't make it another hour. His body was done. He needed water. Needed rest. Needed medical attention he wasn't going to get. A dog started barking. Big dog by the sound of it. German Shepherd, maybe. Reed kept walking. The gate was closed but not locked. Reed opened it. Walked through. Left it open behind him. The dog kept barking. Reed heard a door open. Footsteps on a wooden porch. That's far enough. Male voice. 40s. Steady. The voice of someone who'd pointed a rifle before and wouldn't hesitate to shoot. Reed stopped. Raised his hands. Slow. Unthreatening. I need help, Reed said. You need to turn around and leave. I can't. I've been walking for hours. I'm injured. I need water. There's a creek a mile west. Help yourself. Reed swayed. Caught himself. I'm not here to cause trouble. I'm trying to warn you. Warn me about what? About men who are coming. Armed men. Cartel scouts. They're clearing homesteaders. You're on their list. The man was quiet. Reed heard the dog growl. Heard the man shift position. Heard the stock of the rifle adjust against the man's shoulder. Who are you? The man asked. Marcus Reed. Ex-Border Patrol. I've been tracking these men for 2 days. They're working for Colonel Vance. They're armed with government weapons. They're coming. Today. Maybe tomorrow. But they're coming. Why would they come here? I'm nobody. This is 40 acres and 3 horses. What do I have that anyone wants? Land. Vance wants your land. Wants every homestead in this area gone. Wants the range clear for his cattle operation. He pays the scouts to clear it. They get weapons and money. You get dead. The man was quiet again. Longer this time. Reed heard a door open behind the man. A woman's voice. Jake. What's going on? Stay inside, Jake said. Who is that man? I said stay inside. The door closed. Reed heard footsteps coming down the porch. The man walked toward Reed. He was maybe 6 feet, lean build, wearing jeans and a work shirt. He held a lever-action rifle. Winchester, 30-30. He kept it pointed at Reed. Not aggressive. Just ready. You look like hell, Jake said. I've had a rough couple days. What happened to your feet? Long story. Can I have water? Jake studied Reed. Looking for lies. Looking for threats. Looking for the specific tells that said a man was dangerous. Reed just stood there. Hands raised. Swaying. Looking exactly like what he was. A man at the end of his rope. Sarah, Jake called. Bring water. And the first aid kit. The door opened. A woman appeared. Late 30s, brown hair pulled back, wearing jeans and a t-shirt. She carried a plastic jug and a red box. She walked to Jake. Stopped next to him. Looked at Reed. Her expression didn't change, but Reed saw her hand go to the phone in her pocket. Don't call anyone, Reed said. The sheriff is on Vance's payroll. Border Patrol is on Vance's payroll. You call for help. You're calling the people who sent the scouts. Sarah looked at Jake. Jake looked at Reed. How do I know you're telling the truth? You don't. But in about 20 minutes, you're going to see vehicles coming down that road. 4 Jeeps. Modified. Heavy suspension. Men with AR-15s. When you see them, you'll know I was right. Question is whether you'll still be alive to regret not listening. Jake thought about it. Made a decision. Lowered the rifle. Come on. Let's get you patched up. Reed sat on the porch. Sarah cleaned his feet. The damage was worse than Reed had thought. Bone was exposed on both heels. The flesh was torn. Dirt and gravel were embedded in the wounds. Sarah worked methodically. Poured water. Used tweezers to pull out debris. Reed gritted his teeth. Didn't make a sound. This needs a hospital, Sarah said. Can't go to a hospital. You'll get sepsis. You could lose the feet. You could die. I know. Sarah looked at him. Why are you doing this? Doing what? Warning us. Walking across the desert on feet like this. Risking your life. What do you get out of it? Reed thought about that. Thought about Boone. About the 6 dead mules. About the promise he'd made, standing over Boone's grave. About the specific responsibility that came from being alive when people around you kept dying. I get to stop running, Reed said. Sarah wrapped his feet in gauze. Used medical tape to secure it. Gave Reed ibuprofen from the first aid kit. 4 tablets. Reed took them dry. Sarah handed him the water jug. Reed drank. A gallon, maybe more. His stomach cramped. He kept drinking. Jake came out of the house. He changed. Put on boots. Put on a vest. The vest had pockets. Ammunition pockets. He carried the Winchester and a shotgun. Remington 870. 12 gauge. He handed the shotgun to Sarah. Kids are in the storm cellar, Jake said. I showed them the bolt. Told them not to open it for anyone, except us. If this goes bad, you get down there with them. You lock it from inside. You wait. How long? Sarah asked. Until it's over. Sarah looked at the shotgun. Looked at Jake. You think he's telling the truth? I think we're about to find out. Reed stood up. Tested his feet. The gauze helped. The ibuprofen was starting to work. He could walk. Not well. But enough. You have a vehicle? Reed asked. Truck, Jake said. Ford F-250. It's behind the barn. Keys. Why? Because if this goes bad, you're going to need to run. Fast. You can't outrun jeeps on foot. But you can in a truck. You get your family in that truck and you drive. Don't stop. Don't come back. Just go. This is my land. Land doesn't matter if you're dead. Jake was quiet. Then he pulled keys from his pocket. Tossed them to Reed. F-250. Diesel. Tank's full. It's yours if we need it. Reed caught the keys. Put them in his pocket. You have more ammunition? 30-30 and 12 gauge. About 200 rounds each. Get it. Bring it out here. If they come, we're going to need it. Jake went inside. Came back with 2 boxes. Set them on the porch. Reed opened them. Federal ammunition. Good quality. He loaded his pockets. Sarah watched him. You've done this before, Sarah said. Done what? Prepared to kill people. Yeah. Where? Afghanistan. Iraq. Border. Lots of places. Did it get easier? Reed thought about that. Thought about the 11 men he'd killed in Reeves County before this started. Thought about whether any of it had been easy. Decided it hadn't. Decided it never would be. No, Reed said. It doesn't get easier. It just gets necessary. Sarah picked up the shotgun. Checked the chamber. A shell was loaded. She worked the action. Another shell chambered. She looked comfortable. Looked like she'd handled firearms before. I grew up hunting, Sarah said. Deer. Elk. Never thought I'd be hunting people. You're not hunting. You're defending. There's a difference. Is there? Reed didn't answer. He was looking at the road. At the dust cloud rising in the distance. 4 vehicles. Coming fast. Maybe 5 minutes out. They're here, Reed said. Jake saw them too. He moved to the porch railing. Brought the Winchester up. Worked the lever. Around chambered. Sarah. Get to the cellar. Now. I'm staying. Sarah. I'm staying. We defend this together, or we lose it together. Those are the options. Jake looked at her. Looked at Reed. Looked at the dust cloud getting closer. Made a decision. Fine. But you stay behind cover. You don't expose yourself. You shoot from concealment. Understood. Understood. Reed moved to the side of the porch. Found a position behind a wooden column. It wouldn't stop bullets, but it would break the shooter's sight line. Make targeting harder. Reed pulled the burner phone. Checked the battery. 20%. Enough for 1 more call. Maybe 2. Reed turned it off. Saved it for after. If there was an after. The dust cloud resolved into vehicles. 4 jeeps. Black. Modified. Roll cages. Heavy suspension. Men standing in the beds. AR-15s. Bandanas covering faces. They looked exactly like Reed had described. Exactly like the scouts he'd seen leaving Vance's ranch. The jeeps stopped at the gate. 50 yards out. Engines idling. No one got out. They were waiting. Watching. Calculating. Reed counted 12 men. 3 per jeep. All armed. All young. All moving with the coordination that came from working together. This had been planned. Rehearsed. These men knew what they were doing. One man stepped out of the lead jeep. He wore a black t-shirt and tactical pants. No bandana. He wanted his face visible. Wanted Jake to see who he was. Wanted Jake to know this was personal. He carried an AR-15. He walked to the gate, stopped, looked at the house, at Jake on the porch, at Reed behind the column. "Jake Brennan," the man called. His voice was loud, confident. "You have 24 hours to vacate this property. After that, we come back. And we burn it. You, your wife, your children, everyone. You understand?" Jake raised the Winchester, aimed at the man. "This is my land. It's been my land for 6 years. I'm not leaving." The man smiled. "Then you're dying here. Your choice." He turned, walked back to the Jeep, got in. The Jeep started to pull away. Reed made a decision. He stepped out from behind the column, raised his voice. "Tell Vance that Marcus Reed says hello. Tell him I'm coming for him. Tell him I'm coming for Hatcher. Tell him everyone involved in this is going down. You tell him that." The lead Jeep stopped. The man in the black t-shirt got out again. He looked at Reed. His expression changed. Recognition. Fear. Something. "You're the one they're hunting," the man said. "That's right. You're supposed to be in custody. I'm supposed to be a lot of things. Tell Vance I'll see him soon." The man stared at Reed. Then he pulled his radio, spoke into it. Reed couldn't hear the words, but he could guess. The man was calling Hatcher, calling Vance, calling someone to report that Reed was here, at the Brennan Ranch, alive, free, threatening to bring everything down. The man got back in the Jeep. The 4 vehicles pulled away, fast, throwing dust, heading back toward the highway, heading back to report, heading back to bring more men, more weapons, more force. Reed watched them go. Knew he had maybe 30 minutes, maybe an hour, before they came back, before Hatcher showed up with his team, before this place turned into a war zone. Reed looked at Jake. "You need to leave. Now. Get your family. Get in the truck. Drive north. Don't stop until you're out of the state." "What about you?" Jake asked. "I'm staying. I'm going to make sure they follow me instead of you." "That's suicide." "That's the plan." Chapter 13. Jake's family was in the F-250 7 minutes after the Jeeps left. Reed watched them load. Sarah carried a duffel bag. Jake carried a rifle case and a box of documents. 2 kids emerged from the storm cellar, boy maybe 12, girl maybe 9. Both looked scared. Both stayed quiet. Jake put them in the back seat. Sarah got in the passenger side. Jake got behind the wheel. He looked at Reed through the open window. "You sure about this?" "I'm sure," Reed said. "They're going to kill you. They're going to try." Jake held out his hand. Reed shook it. Jake's grip was strong. The grip of a man who'd worked hard his whole life and was about to leave everything behind. "Thank you," Jake said. "Drive fast. Don't stop." Jake put the truck in gear, pulled out, headed down the dirt road toward the highway. Reed watched until the dust settled. Then he turned back to the house, looked at what Jake had left behind. 6 years of work, a life, a home, all of it abandoned because men with weapons had decided they wanted the land more than Jake did. Reed walked to the barn, found what he needed. 5-gallon gas cans. 3 of them. Full. Reed carried them to the house, set them on the porch, unscrewed the caps, started pouring gasoline on the wooden planks, on the siding, on the door frame. The fumes were overwhelming. Reed's eyes watered. He kept pouring. He'd burn it. Let them find ashes. Let them think Jake had decided to destroy his own home rather than let Vance take it. Let them waste time searching the rubble. But first, Reed needed to see them coming. Needed to know when they arrived. Needed to pick his moment. Reed climbed to the barn roof. The structure was old but solid. Metal sheeting over wooden beams. Reed found a position near the peak where he could see the road. See the gate. See the house. He had maybe 20 minutes. Maybe 30. Before they came back. Reed checked his ammunition. Winchester .30-30 that Jake had left. 60 rounds. Remington 870. 40 shells. The weapons were heavier than what Reed was used to. The .30-30 kicked harder than a .308. But they worked. They killed. That was what mattered. Reed loaded the Winchester. Worked the lever. A round chambered. He set it across his lap. Waited. They came back 35 minutes later. Not 4 jeeps. 8. 16 men. Maybe more. They came fast. Engines roaring. Throwing dust. They stopped at the gate in a line. Doors opened. Men got out. They wore tactical gear now. Body armor. Helmets. They carried AR-15s and moved with discipline. Someone had called in reinforcements. Someone had decided this was worth committing resources. Reed recognized 2 of them. The man in the black t-shirt from before. And someone else. Taller. Broader. Moving like he was in charge. Reed pulled the binoculars Jake had left. Focused on the tall man. Saw his face. Hatcher. Captain Dean Hatcher had come personally. That changed things. Hatcher being here meant this had escalated. Meant Vance had told Hatcher to finish it. Meant Reed had maybe minutes before this turned into a massacre. Reed watched Hatcher brief his men. Watched him point at the house. At the barn. At the corral. Watched him divide them into teams. 4 men per jeep. 2 jeeps going around back. 2 staying at the gate. The other 4 spreading out. Standard assault pattern. Overwhelming force. Maximum coverage. Reed made a decision. He pulled out a lighter from his pocket. One of those cheap plastic ones Jake had left on the porch. Reed had grabbed it when he was pouring the gasoline. Reed flicked it. The flame caught. Reed waited. Watched Hatcher's men start moving toward the house. Reed threw the lighter. It arced through the air. Landed on the gasoline-soaked porch. The porch ignited. Flames shot up the wall. Climbed the siding. Reached the eaves. Within 10 seconds, the front of the house was burning. Within 30 seconds, the whole structure was involved. Black smoke poured into the sky. The heat was visible, even from the barn roof. Hatcher's men stopped. Turned. Stared at the fire. Hatcher pulled his radio. Shouted into it. Reed couldn't hear the words but could guess. Hatcher was calling for fire trucks. Calling for backup. Calling to organize containment. Reed aimed the Winchester. Found Hatcher in the scope. Range was maybe 150 yards. Easy shot. Reed's finger went to the trigger. Then stopped. Killing Hatcher now would end the chase. But it wouldn't end the operation. Vance would find another captain. Another team. Another set of dirty agents. The cycle would continue. Reed needed more than Hatcher dead. Needed the whole operation exposed. Needed the delivery stopped. Needed Casper to get the rifles. Needed evidence that would burn everyone involved. Reed lowered the rifle. Instead, he aimed at the nearest jeep. Fired. The round punched through the windshield. The glass spider webbed. The agents scattered. Started shooting. Rounds hit the barn. Metal pinged. Reed dropped flat. Crawled to a different position. Came up. Fired again. Hit a different Jeep. This time, the tire. It exploded. The vehicle sagged. The agents were shooting at the barn now. Dozens of rounds. Hundreds. The metal roof rang like a bell. Reed stayed low. Moved constantly. Found a third position. Fired the shotgun this time. Buckshot. It spread. Hit 3 agents clustered behind a Jeep. They went down. Not dead, but wounded. Screaming. Hatcher was yelling orders. Pointing at the barn. Half his team moved toward it. Firing as they advanced. Reed fired back. Winchester. Shotgun. Winchester. The barn was getting torn apart. Holes appeared in the metal. Sunlight streamed through. Reed was running out of positions. Running out of cover. Running out of time. He made it to the back of the barn. Dropped through a hatch in the roof. Landed in hay. Rolled. Came up running. Burst through the back door. The corral was ahead. The horses were panicked. Screaming. Running in circles. Reed vaulted the fence. Used the horses as cover. Used their movement to mask his own. Behind him, agents entered the barn. Shouting. Searching. Reed heard them climbing to the roof. Heard them realize he was gone. Heard Hatcher's voice cutting through the noise, "Find him. He's on foot. He can't have gone far." Reed ran. West. Into the scrub. Into the desert. His feet screamed. The gauze was coming apart. Blood soaked through. But Reed kept moving. Put distance between himself and the burning house. Between himself and Hatcher's team. Between himself and the death that had been seconds away. He ran for 10 minutes. Then dropped behind a rock formation. Looked back. The house was a fireball now. Completely engulfed. The barn was smoking. Hatcher's men were spreading out. Searching the scrub. They had dogs now. Someone had brought dogs. Reed heard them barking. Heard them getting closer. Reed pulled the burner phone. Turned it on. Battery at 15%. 1 call left. Maybe 2. Reed dialed Casper. "Yeah," Casper answered. "It's Reed. I'm blown. Hatcher knows I'm here. He's hunting me with 16 men and dogs." "Where are you?" "West of Pecos. Maybe 5 miles. Brennan Ranch. It's burning. I set it on fire. I needed a distraction." "You're insane." "I know. Listen. The delivery is still happening. Today. Pecos. 2 white box trucks. You need to follow them. You need to take the rifles. That's the priority. Not me. The rifles. What about you? I'm going to lead them away. I'm going to make sure they're so busy chasing me, they don't notice you hitting the trucks. You get your people in position. You wait. You take the delivery." "Understood." Casper was quiet. Reed heard him breathing. Heard him thinking. Heard the sound of engines starting. "Understood." But Reed. "What?" "You better survive this. Because if you die, and I go down, I'm going to be very unhappy. I'll do my best." Reed hung up. Turned off the phone. Put it back in his sock. The battery was at 12% now. 1 more call. Maybe. Reed would save it for when he needed it most. The dogs were getting closer. Reed heard them baying. Heard the handlers encouraging them. Heard Hatcher's voice, "He's wounded. He's bleeding. The dogs will find him. Just follow." Reed stood. Started running again. Not away from the dogs. Toward them. If Reed ran away, they'd chase him to Pecos. Chase him to the delivery. Chase him to Casper. But if Reed ran at them, if Reed engaged them, if Reed made himself the immediate threat, they'd stop chasing and start fighting. And fighting was what Reed needed. Fighting bought time. Fighting kept them occupied. Fighting let Casper work. Reed found a position. High ground. A small rise with rocks. Reed climbed it. Set up behind the largest boulder. Loaded the Winchester. Loaded the shotgun. Checked his ammunition. 30 rounds left for the Winchester. 20 for the shotgun. 50 rounds total against 16 men with automatic weapons and dogs. The math was bad. But Reed had been working with bad math for 3 days. He'd survived this long. Maybe he could survive another hour. The dogs appeared first. 2 of them. German shepherds. Lean. Fast. Trained. They saw Reed. Started barking. Charged. Reed didn't want to shoot the dogs. They were just animals. Just doing what they'd been trained to do. But they were 50 yards out and closing. 30 yards. 20. Reed fired. The shotgun. Both dogs went down. Reed felt sick. But the barking stopped. The handlers would know. Would come running. Reed loaded 2 more shells. Waited. The handlers appeared. 2 men. Running. Weapons up. They saw the dogs. Saw Reed. Started shooting. Reed fired back. The Winchester. 1 round. 1 handler down. The other dropped to cover. Returned fire. Rounds hit the rocks near Reed's head. Rock chips flew. 1 caught Reed's cheek. Drew blood. Reed adjusted. Fired again. Second handler down. Behind them, more men were coming. Reed could see them now. 8. Maybe 10. Spread out. Moving tactically. Using cover. Professional. Reed fired into their formation. The Winchester cracked. Someone went down. The others scattered. Took positions. Started suppressing Reed's position with automatic fire. Reed hunkered down. The rock provided cover, but not forever. Eventually, they'd flank him. Eventually, they'd bring enough firepower to dig him out. Reed needed to move. Needed to break contact. Needed to lead them somewhere else. Reed waited for a pause in the fire. Counted to 3. Stood. Ran. 15 yards to the next rock formation. Rounds tracked him. Hit the ground near his feet. Reed dove. Rolled behind cover. Came up firing. The shotgun. Buckshot spread. Hit 2 agents. They went down. Reed kept moving. Rock to rock. Formation to formation. Always west. Always leading them away from Pecos. Away from the delivery. Away from Casper. The agents followed. Shooting. Advancing. Dying. Reed was down to 20 rounds now. Then 15. Then 10. He found a ravine. Dropped into it. The walls were steep. 10 feet high. The bottom was sand and gravel. Reed ran down the ravine. It twisted. Turned. Provided cover from above. Reed heard the agents reaching the rim. Heard them shooting down. Heard rounds hitting sand. Reed kept running. The ravine opened up ahead. Exit to the desert. Reed ran toward it. Burst through. Saw the desert stretching away. Saw Twin Peaks in the distance. Saw the specific emptiness that was West Texas at its most hostile. Reed also saw the suburban. Black. Government plates. Blocking the exit. Pacheco stood next to it. AR-15 raised. Aimed at Reed. Reed stopped. Raised the Winchester. The magazine was empty. Reed had no rounds left. The shotgun was empty too. Reed had nothing. Pacheco smiled. End of the line, Reed. Chapter 14. Reed threw the empty Winchester at Pacheco. It was a desperate move. The kind you made when you had no ammunition, and no options, and nothing left except the weight of the weapon itself. The Winchester spun through the air. Pacheco ducked. The rifle sailed past his head. Clattered against the Suburban. Pacheco came back up. AR-15 still aimed at Reed. But Reed was already moving. Reed charged. Not away. At Pacheco. Closing the distance. 10 yards. 5. Pacheco fired. The round went high. Reed was too close. Too fast. Pacheco tried to adjust. Reed hit him. Full body tackle. Both men went down. The AR-15 flew. Landed in the sand 5 feet away. They grappled. Pacheco was bigger. Stronger. But Reed was desperate. Reed got his hands around Pacheco's throat. Squeezed. Pacheco bucked. Threw Reed off. Both men scrambled for the AR-15. Pacheco reached it first. Reed kicked his hand. The rifle skittered away again. Pacheco pulled a knife. 6-inch blade. Fixed. He slashed. Reed jumped back. The blade missed by inches. Pacheco slashed again. Reed dodged. His feet were failing. The gauze had come completely apart. Bone scraped sand. Reed stumbled. Went down. Pacheco was on him. Knife raised. The shot came from behind. Pacheco jerked. Blood sprayed. He dropped the knife. Fell forward. Landed on Reed. Heavy. Dead weight. Reed pushed him off. Looked up. Mills stood 20 yards away. AR-15 at his shoulder. Smoking barrel pointed at where Pacheco had been. Mills's face was pale. His hands were shaking. He just killed another agent. Killed his own. Reed got to his feet. Said nothing. Just looked at Mills. Mills looked back. Neither man moved for a long moment. Go, Mills said. His voice was quiet. Before the others get here. Just go. Why? Reed asked. Because you were right. In the lava field. When you let me walk away. You said I could go home and still have a soul. I'm trying to get mine back. Reed nodded. He walked to Pacheco's body. Took his sidearm. Glock 22. Checked the magazine. 15 rounds. Took 2 spare magazines from Pacheco's belt. 46 rounds total. Not much. But more than 0. Reed looked at Mills one more time. The Brennan family. Jake, Sarah, 2 kids. They're driving north in a Ford F-250. Red. Diesel. If anyone comes after them, you stop it. Understood. Mills nodded. Understood. Reed ran. West. Into the desert. Behind him, he heard voices. Hatcher's team, reaching the ravine exit. Reaching Mills. Reaching Pacheco's body. Reed heard Hatcher's voice cutting through the noise. What happened here? Reed didn't wait to hear Mills's answer. Just kept running. Toward Pecos. Toward the delivery. Toward the endgame that had been building since Reed found 6 bodies in a wash and decided not to walk away. Reed reached Pecos at sunset. The town was small. Population, maybe 5,000. Oil money built it. Oil money kept it alive. Reed saw the industrial area on the south side. Warehouses. Storage facilities. Railroad tracks. The kind of place where trucks could come and go without attracting attention. Reed pulled the burner phone. Battery, at 10%. One call left. Reed dialed Casper. "Yeah," Casper answered. "I'm in Pecos. South Industrial Area." "Where are you?" "3 blocks from you. I've been watching the trucks. They're at an abandoned grain elevator. 2 white box trucks. 4 men guarding them. They're waiting for someone." "Embrace scouts. They'll arrive soon. When they do, that's when you move. Take the trucks. Take the rifles. Leave the scouts alive if you can. I need witnesses." "What about Hatcher?" "He's coming. He lost me in the desert, but he knows I'm heading here. He'll bring his team. When he does, I need you gone." "Understood." "Understood." "Reed." "What?" "Don't die. I've got plans for that money you promised me." "I never promised you money. You promised me 50 rifles. That's money." Reed hung up, turned off the phone, put it in his pocket. The battery was at 8% now. No more calls. Whatever happened next, Reed was on his own. He moved through the industrial area, staying in shadows, using buildings for cover. The abandoned grain elevator was visible 3 blocks ahead. Concrete tower, 70 feet high. 2 white box trucks parked at the base. 4 men standing guard. They wore civilian clothes, but held themselves like military. Cartel scouts. Vance's contractors. The men who'd threatened the Brennan family. Reed found a position. 2nd floor of an abandoned warehouse. Broken window overlooking the grain elevator. 200 yards. Easy shot with the Glock if Reed had a rifle. But pistols at 200 yards were prayers, not shots. Reed would have to get closer. He heard engines. Multiple vehicles. Coming from the north. Reed looked. 4 jeeps. Modified. Roll cages. Heavy suspension. The Mimbres were arriving. The buyers. The recipients of 50 government rifles that would end up killing American citizens on American soil. The jeeps pulled up to the grain elevator. Stopped. Men got out. 8 of them. They looked like the scouts Reed had fought at the Brennan Ranch. Same gear. Same weapons. Same movements. They walked to the box trucks. Talked to the guards. Started negotiating. Reed watched through the broken window. Watched the conversation. Watched money change hands. Cash. Lots of it. Bundled in plastic bags. The guards counted it. Nodded. Opened the back of the first box truck. Reed saw crates inside. Wooden. Military stenciling. 50 rifles. 50 AR-15s. Federal property. About to become cartel property. Reed heard different engines now. Coming from the east. Black Suburbans. 3 of them. They pulled up fast. Stopped at the grain elevator. Doors opened. Agents poured out. Border Patrol tactical gear. AR-15s up. Hatcher in the lead. But they didn't shoot. Didn't arrest anyone. Hatcher walked to the Mimbres buyers. Shook hands. Started talking. Reed couldn't hear the words, but could read the body language. Hatcher was facilitating. Making sure the deal went smooth. Making sure both sides were satisfied. Making sure Vance's operation continued without disruption. Reed pulled the Glock. Aimed at Hatcher. 200 yards. Impossible shot. But Reed had no choice. Had to try. Had to. The grain elevator exploded. Not the whole structure. Just the base. The loading dock where the trucks were parked. The explosion was massive. Shaped charges. Professional. The trucks went up in flames. The crates ignited. The guards flew backward. The membres scattered. Hatcher's agents hit the ground, covered their heads. Reed understood immediately. Casper had blown the trucks, destroyed the rifles, eliminated the evidence. Reed's plan had been to take the rifles, use them as proof. But Casper had decided different. Decided destruction was safer than possession. Decided burning 50 AR-15s was better than carrying them. Reed couldn't argue with the logic. Couldn't argue with the results. The trucks were gone. The rifles were gone. The deal was dead. But so was Reed's evidence. So was his proof. So was everything Reed had been building toward for 3 days. Reed heard sirens, fire trucks, police, coming fast. Someone had called 911. The explosion had been loud enough to wake the entire town. Hatcher's agents were scrambling, getting back in the Suburbans, leaving before the cops arrived. The membres were already gone, disappeared into the industrial maze. Only the guards remained, unconscious, wounded, lying in the rubble. Reed climbed down from the warehouse, moved toward the grain elevator. The heat was intense. The flames were 20 feet high. Reed got as close as he could, looked for survivors. Found 2. Both guards. Both burned. Both barely breathing. Reed pulled them away from the fire, dragged them to safety, called 911 from a bystander's phone, gave the location, hung up. The fire trucks arrived 3 minutes later. Reed was gone by then. Back in the shadows. Back in the industrial area. Moving away from the scene. Moving toward what came next. His phone buzzed. Text message. Unknown number. Reed opened it. Nice fireworks. Sorry about your evidence, but I got video. Full footage of Hatcher shaking hands with cartel buyers. Send me your email. I'll send you the file. K. Reed stared at the message. Casper had recorded it. Had recorded Hatcher facilitating the deal. Had recorded everything Reed needed. Reed typed his email. Sent it. 30 seconds later, another text arrived. Sent. Check your spam folder. And read. We're even now. Don't call me again, unless you've got another 50 rifles to give away. Reed put the phone away. Found a coffee shop. Still open. Free Wi-Fi. Reed logged into his email. Found the file. Downloaded it. Watched it. The video was clear. High definition. Hatcher's face. The membres buyers. The handshake. The money. The open truck showing the crates. The explosion cut the video short. But it was enough. More than enough. Reed had his evidence. Reed uploaded the video to 3 cloud services. Emailed it to the FBI. Emailed it to the Department of Justice. Emailed it to 4 news agencies. Put Hatcher's name in the subject line. Put Vance's name in the body. Put everything Reed knew about the operation in a brief summary. Then Reed sent one more email. To Sarah Brennan. The email address Jake had given him before they left. Reed wrote, "It's over. Hatcher's done. Vance is done. You're safe. Come home when you're ready. Reed." Reed logged out. Deleted his browsing history. Left the coffee shop. Walked into the Pecos night. His feet were destroyed. His body was shutting down. But the mission was complete. The evidence was delivered. The operation was exposed. Hatcher and Vance would be arrested within days. Maybe hours. Reed had done what he'd set out to do. Had kept his promise to Boone. Had stopped the people who'd killed 6 mules and tried to kill him. Had protected the Brennans. Had taken down a corrupt operation that had been running for years. Now Reed just had to survive long enough to see it through. Chapter 15. Reed collapsed 3 blocks from the coffee shop. His legs just stopped working. One moment, he was walking. The next, he was on the sidewalk. Face down. Breathing concrete dust. He tried to stand. His body refused. The infections had taken hold. The fever had spiked. Reed's vision was tunneling. Everything was getting dark around the edges. Someone pulled him up. Reed couldn't see who. Just felt hands under his arms. Lifting. Reed tried to speak. His mouth wouldn't work. The darkness was spreading. Taking over. Reed fought it. Had to stay conscious. Had to stay alive long enough to see this through. Had to. The darkness won. Reed woke in a hospital bed. White walls. White sheets. Fluorescent lights. Medical equipment beeping. IV in his arm. Heart monitor showing rhythm. Reed looked down. Both feet were bandaged. Heavy wrappings. Professional work. He couldn't feel them. That was probably the morphine. A nurse came in. She saw Reed was awake. Smiled. Welcome back. You've been out for 18 hours. Where am I? Reed's voice was rough. Dry. Pecos Regional. You collapsed on Cedar Street. Someone called 911. Paramedics brought you in. You had sepsis. Both feet were infected. Bone deep. Another few hours, and you'd have been dead. Reed tried to sit up. The nurse pushed him back down. Easy. You're not going anywhere. Not for a while. The doctors want to keep you for observation. Maybe surgery. We'll see. Am I under arrest? The nurse looked confused. Arrest? Why would you be under arrest? Long story. Well, there are some people who want to talk to you. FBI agents. They've been waiting all night. I'll tell them you're awake. The nurse left. Reed lay there. Thinking. FBI. That was fast. He'd sent the emails maybe 12 hours ago. The FBI had already responded. Already traced Reed to Pecos. Already found him in the hospital. Either they were very efficient or they'd been watching. The door opened. 2 people entered. Man and woman. Both wore suits. Both carried credentials. The man was 45, gray hair, tired eyes. The woman was 35, sharp, alert. They looked like federal agents. They looked like people who'd been working all night. The man held up his badge. Special Agent Thomas Reyes, FBI. This is Special Agent Linda Chen. We need to talk to you about some emails you sent last night. Reed said nothing. Marcus Reed, Reyes said. Ex-Border Patrol. Dishonorable discharge. Wanted by Alpine Border Patrol for escape from custody, assault on a federal officer, destruction of government property. That's you, right? That's me. And you sent emails to the FBI last night. Emails containing a video. Emails accusing Captain Dean Hatcher and Colonel Wade Vance of corruption, weapons trafficking, and murder. That's also you. That's also me. Reyes looked at Chen. Chen pulled out a tablet. Opened it. Showed Reed the screen. The video was playing. Hatcher shaking hands with the Mimbres buyers. The money. The crates. The deal. Reed watched it again. It looked just as damning as it had last night. This video is real? Reyes asked. It's real. You were there. I was nearby. Someone else filmed it. They sent it to me. I distributed it. Who filmed it? Someone who wanted 50 rifles. They blew up the trucks instead. Decided destruction was safer than possession. Reyes studied Reed. You understand what you've done? You've accused a Border Patrol captain of facilitating arms deals with cartel-affiliated buyers. That's a major allegation. If this video is fake, if you're lying, you're looking at federal charges. Lots of them. It's not fake. And I have more. Reed told them everything. Started with the 6 bodies in the wash. The federal brass. The empty backpacks. The cash and cocaine he'd taken. Hatcher's pursuit. The captures. The escapes. The conversation he'd overheard at the camp about Tuesday's delivery. Vance's ranch. The rifle crates. The Mimbres scouts. The Brennan family. The burning homestead. All of it. Reed talked for 30 minutes. Reyes and Chen listened. Took notes. Asked questions. Recorded everything. When Reed finished, Reyes leaned back. That's one hell of a story. It's not a story. It's what happened. You have proof? Besides the video. The 6 bodies are still in the wash. The federal brass is there. My Silverado is still in the ravine where I abandoned it. The cocaine is in it. The Brennan ranch is burned, but you'll find evidence. Shell casings. Blood. Everything. And Hatcher's camp. Where he held you. I can show you on a map. It's west of the lava field. 5 miles out. You'll find tire tracks. Fire pits. Evidence. Chen looked at Reyes. Reyes looked at Reed. We've already started investigating. The video went to 4 news agencies. It's going to break today. Maybe in the next hour. When it does, this becomes national. Every news outlet in the country will be covering it. Hatcher will be arrested. Vance will be arrested. Everyone connected to this will go down. Good, Reed said. But you're not innocent either. You took federal evidence from a crime scene. You possessed cocaine. You escaped custody. Twice. You assaulted federal officers. You stole vehicles. You started at least 1 major fire. We're going to have to charge you with some of that. I know. You want a lawyer? Eventually. Right now, I just want to sleep. Reyes stood. We'll post a guard outside your room. For your protection. Hatcher's still out there. So is Vance. They know you sent the video. They know what's coming. They might try something desperate. Let them try. Reyes almost smiled. Get some rest, Mr. Reed. We'll talk more later. The agents left. Reed closed his eyes. The morphine was pulling him under. Sleep came fast. Deep. The kind of sleep that came from knowing the mission was complete. The evidence was delivered. The bad guys were going down. Reed had survived. Hatcher saw the news at 9 a.m. He was in his office at the Alpine station, drinking coffee, nursing a hangover. His phone buzzed. Text from Ruiz, turn on the news. Any channel. Now. Hatcher grabbed the remote. Turned on the TV mounted to the wall. Flipped to CNN. Saw his own face. Saw the video. Saw the headline, Border Patrol captain accused of arms trafficking. Hatcher watched the video play. Watched himself shake hands with the Mimbres buyer. Watched the money change hands. Watched the open truck with the crates. Watched the explosion. Watched his career end in 2 minutes of high-definition footage. His phone rang. Vance. Hatcher answered. Have you seen it? Vance's voice was calm. Too calm. I'm watching it now. Where did it come from? Reed. Had to be Reed. He was there. He must have had help. Someone filmed it. Sent it to him. He distributed it. Can we deny it? It's me on camera. My face. My voice. My handshake. There's no denying it. Vance was quiet for a moment. Then we have a different problem. What problem? The FBI will be coming. For me. For you. For everyone involved. They'll arrest us. They'll seize the ranch. They'll audit my finances. They'll find the gold payments. They'll find everything. So what do? We disappear. Today. Now. I have accounts in the Caymans. I have property in Costa Rica. I can be gone in 6 hours. You should do the same. I can't just disappear. I'm a federal officer. I have a daughter. You have a choice. Prison or freedom. Pick one. Vance hung up. Hatcher stared at the phone. Looked at the TV. The news was showing his photo now. Showing his service record. Showing the federal building where he'd worked for 15 years. The anchors were calling him corrupt. Calling him a traitor. Calling for his arrest. Hatcher's office door burst open. His supervisor stood there. 2 other agents behind him. They had their hands on their sidearms. Not drawn. But ready. Dean, his supervisor said. His voice was flat. I need you to come with me. There are some people who want to talk to you. Hatcher stood. Put his hands up. I understand. They cuffed him. Read him his rights. Walked him out of the office. Past agents who'd worked with him for years. Past people who'd trusted him. Past the life he'd built on gold coins and compromises and the specific lies that turned a good man into a criminal. As they put him in the car, Hatcher thought about Reed. About the ex-agent who'd survived everything Hatcher had thrown at him. Who'd escaped 3 times. Who'd beaten the odds. Who'd won. Hatcher almost respected it. Vance packed 2 bags. Cash. Documents. A laptop with encrypted files. Clothes. A pistol. He loaded them into his Mercedes. Started driving. Not toward the airport. Too obvious. Border Patrol would be watching. FBI would be watching. Everyone would be watching. Vance drove toward Mexico. He had contacts there. People who owed him favors. People who could move him south. Get him to Costa Rica. Get him disappeared. Vance had been planning this for years. Had always known this day might come. Had prepared accordingly. He made it 60 miles. Saw the roadblock ahead. FBI. Border Patrol. State troopers. All of them. Blocking Highway 67. Checking every vehicle. Looking for him. Vance turned around. Took back roads. Tried a different route. Found another roadblock. Then another. They'd locked down the entire area. Vance was boxed in. Trapped in the territory he'd controlled for 40 years. He pulled over. Sat in the Mercedes. Looked at the desert, stretching away in every direction. Thought about his father. About the ranch. About 70 years of work. About everything he'd built. Everything he'd compromised for. Everything he was about to lose. Vance pulled out his phone. Called his lawyer. Robert, it's Wade. I need you to do something for me. I need you to contact the FBI. Tell them I'm ready to surrender. Tell them I want to make a deal. I'll give them names. I'll give them accounts. I'll give them everything. In exchange for 20 years instead of life. Can you do that? The lawyer said yes. Vance hung up. Waited. Within 30 minutes, helicopters appeared. Black. FBI markings. They landed on the highway. Agents poured out. Surrounded the Mercedes. Vance put his hands on the steering wheel. Watched them approach. Watched them aim weapons. Watched them order him out. Vance got out. Hands up. No resistance. No fight. Just surrender. The agents cuffed him. Read him his rights. Put him in the helicopter. Flew him to El Paso. To the federal building. To the beginning of the end. As the helicopter lifted off, Vance looked down at the desert. At the Double V Ranch, visible in the distance. At the 200,000 acres that had been everything. At the empire that had just fallen. He thought about Reed. About the drifter with hard eyes who'd walked into this and refused to walk away. Who'd kept fighting. Who'd kept surviving. Who'd won. Vance didn't respect it. But he understood it. In this desert, the only thing that mattered was who was left standing at the end. And Reed was still standing. Chapter 16. The FBI brought Reed to the wash 3 days later. He rode in a black Suburban. Agent Reyes drove. Agent Chen sat in back with Reed. Reed's feet were in medical boots now. Hard plastic shells protecting the bandages. The doctors had operated. Cleaned out the infections. Saved the feet. Barely. Reed would walk again. Eventually. With a limp. With pain. But he'd walk. The wash looked the same. Same rocks. Same caliche. Same mesquite. The bodies were gone. The FBI had removed them on day 1. But the crime scene tape remained. Yellow ribbons marking where 6 men had died. Reyes parked at the rim. They got out. Reed moved slow. The medical boots were awkward. His balance was off. Chen offered her arm. Reed took it. They walked to the edge. Looked down. "This is where you found them," Reyes said. "That's right." And the brass was on the ridge. "Over there." Reyes pointed. "That's right. We found 32 casings. You said 37 in your statement. You took 5. I took 1. As evidence. The wind probably scattered the rest." Reyes nodded. He pulled out a tablet. Showed Reed photos. Crime scene documentation. The bodies. The positions. The vehicles. The backpacks. Everything Reed had described. "The ballistics match," Reyes said. "The rounds that killed these men came from weapons in Border Patrol inventory. Specifically, weapons assigned to Captain Hatcher's unit. We traced the serial numbers. 4 rifles. All checked out to agents under Hatcher's command. So you have proof." "We have proof. The rifles. The brass. The bodies. Your testimony. The video. It's enough for multiple charges. Murder. Conspiracy. Weapons trafficking. Corruption. Hatcher's looking at life without parole. So is Vance." Reed looked down at the wash. At the place where 6 men had stopped their truck and gotten out and died without knowing what was coming. Who were they? Mules. Like you said. Names were Miguel Torres, Carlos Ruiz, Eduardo Santos, and 3 others were still identifying. They worked for the Sinaloa cartel. Mid-level. Running cash and product north. They'd been doing it for years. But they made a mistake. They ran through territory Vance controlled. Vance called Hatcher. Hatcher eliminated the problem. Just business. That's what Vance said. In his debriefing, he said it was just business. Protecting his investment. Maintaining his territory. He didn't see it as murder. He saw it as pest control. Reed was quiet. He thought about the Mexican coin in his pocket. Boone's badge. Boone had died 10 years ago. Killed by people who saw murder as pest control. Killed by people who thought badges made them immune to consequences. What about the others? Reed asked. The agents who were with Hatcher. Ruiz. The ones who didn't get shot. We arrested 8 agents total. Hatcher, Ruiz, Mills, and 5 others. Mills is cooperating. He's given us statements about everything. The ambush. The camp. The delivery. He's testifying against Hatcher in exchange for a reduced sentence. The others are fighting it. But Mills's testimony, plus your testimony, plus the video is overwhelming. They're going down. Mills shot Pacheco. To save me. Is he being charged for that? Self-defense. We reviewed the scene. Pacheco was about to kill you. Mills intervened. It's justified. Mills will do some time for the corruption charges. But not for Pacheco. Reed thought about Mills. About the kid who'd been 3 months out of the academy. Who'd lost his soul and tried to get it back. Who'd made the right choice when it mattered. Tell Mills I said thank you. I'll tell him. They walked back to the Suburban. Got in. Reyes started driving. Not back to Pecos. Deeper into the desert. Toward the lava field. Toward the place where Reed had abandoned his Silverado. They found it 2 hours later. The ravine was exactly where Reed remembered. The truck was still there. Shot up. Windows broken. But intact. Reyes called in a forensics team. They swarmed the vehicle. Took photos. Dusted for prints. Found the cocaine in the back. 10 kilos. Just like Reed had said. You took $200,000 in cash, Reyes said. Where is it? Hatcher's men took it. When they captured me the first time. Check their evidence locker. Or check their bank accounts. I'm guessing they divided it up. We found $40,000 in Pacheco's account. Another $30,000 in Ruiz's. We're still tracking the rest. But you're right. They took it. Split it. That's another charge. Theft of evidence. The forensics team worked for 3 hours. They cataloged everything. The cocaine. The brass casings Reed had left. The food wrappers. The empty water bottles. Every detail that proved Reed's story. Every piece of evidence that corroborated his testimony. When they finished, Reyes drove Reed back to Pecos. To the hospital. To the room with the FBI guard outside. Reed lay on the bed. Exhausted. The trip had taken 6 hours. His feet were screaming. The pain medication was wearing off. But Reed had seen it. Had seen the FBI working. Had seen them building the case. Had seen justice moving forward. Jake Brennan came to visit on day 5. He knocked on the door. Walked in. Sarah was with him. The 2 kids. They looked the same. Tired. Scared. But alive. Intact. Reed sat up in the bed. Reed, Jake said. He held out his hand. Reed shook it. We saw the news. Saw Hatcher got arrested. Saw Vance got arrested. Saw the whole thing come down. We wanted to thank you. You don't need to thank me. Yeah, we do. You saved our lives. You burned your own feet to nothing protecting us. The FBI called us. Said we could go home. Said the ranch is ours again. Said it's safe. Because of you. Reed looked at Sarah. I'm sorry about the house. I had to burn it. I needed the distraction. Sarah smiled. It was a sad smile, but genuine. We can rebuild a house. We can't rebuild a family. You made the right call. The kids were quiet, standing behind their parents. The boy, Reed remembered he was 12, stepped forward. Are you a hero? He asked. Reed thought about that. Thought about the things he'd done. The people he'd killed. The lines he'd crossed. The compromises he'd made. Thought about whether any of that made him a hero. No, Reed said. I'm just someone who saw something wrong and tried to fix it. That's what heroes do, the boy said. Reed didn't argue. Jake and Sarah stayed for 20 minutes. Talked about rebuilding. About insurance. About the future. About going back to the ranch and starting over. About the life they'd almost lost and were now reclaiming. When they left, Reed lay back down. Closed his eyes. Thought about the ranch. About 40 acres and 3 horses. About people who wanted to be left alone. About whether that was possible in a place like West Texas. Reed decided it probably wasn't. But it was worth trying. Agent Chen came on day 7 with news. We found the gold, she said. Reed sat up. Vance's gold. The payments. He kept records. Meticulous records. Every coin. Every payment. Every agent on the payroll. Hatcher's team. Sheriff's deputies. Local cops. 43 people total. All documented. All receiving gold coins. Vance thought the records would protect him. Thought if he went down, he could take everyone with him. Use it as leverage. Didn't work. Didn't work. He tried to make a deal. We told him no. The evidence was too strong. The video was too clear. He didn't have leverage. He just had documentation of his own crimes. What about the Mimbres? The scouts? Some fled to Mexico. Some are in custody. We're working with Mexican authorities to extradite the ones who fled. But the operation is shut down. The weapons pipeline is cut. The homestead attacks have stopped. Vance's ranch is being seized. Liquidated. The proceeds will go to victim compensation. The Brennans? They'll get a settlement. So will the families of the other homesteaders who were attacked. We found 7 other families. Some dead. Some run off. All of them will get something. Not enough. But something. Reed nodded. 7 families. Plus the 6 dead mules. Plus Pacheco. Plus everyone else who died because Vance wanted land and Hatcher wanted gold. The body count was higher than Reed had thought. The scope was bigger. The corruption ran deeper. What about me? Reed asked. You'll be charged. Possession of a controlled substance. Theft of evidence. Escape from custody. Assault on federal officers. Destruction of property. We're recommending minimal sentences. Concurrent. Time served. Probation. The prosecutors want to make this go away quietly. You're a witness. A victim. And a hero. Charging you too harshly would look bad. I'm not a hero. The news thinks you are. They're calling you a whistleblower. A fugitive who exposed corruption. You've got public support. That matters in court. When's the trial? Hatcher's trial starts in 6 months. Vance's trial starts 3 months after that. You'll testify at both. Until then, you're free to go. Once the doctors clear you. Where would I go? Chen looked at him. Anywhere. You've got no warrants. No active charges. You're free. The question is what you want to do with that freedom. Reed thought about it. Thought about the Silverado in the ravine. Thought about his gear under the tarp. Thought about 3 days of driving through the desert with nowhere to go and no reason to stop. Thought about whether that life was still waiting for him or whether something had changed. "I don't know yet," Reed said. "That's fair. You've got time to figure it out." Chen left. Reed lay in the bed. Looked at the ceiling. Thought about the future. About what came after the trials. After the testimony. After the convictions. About whether Reed would keep drifting or whether he'd find something worth stopping for. He thought about Boone. About the promise he'd made. About whether he'd kept it. Reed decided he had. Boone's death had been avenged. The corruption had been exposed. The system had worked. Slowly. Imperfectly. But it had worked. Reed closed his eyes. Sleep came. Dreamless. Peaceful. The kind of sleep that came from knowing you'd done what needed doing. Chapter 17. The physical therapist's name was Maria. She came 3 times a week. Showed Reed exercises. Taught him how to walk again. The first week was humiliating. Reed could barely stand. His feet wouldn't support his weight. The muscle memory was gone. Reed had to relearn everything. How to balance. How to shift weight. How to take a step without falling. Maria was patient. Never rushed him. Never showed frustration when Reed collapsed after 5 steps. Just helped him up. Started over. Again. And again. Until Reed could walk 10 steps. Then 20. Then across the room. "You're healing faster than I expected," Maria told him on week 2. "Most patients with your injuries take months to get this far. You're doing it in weeks." "I've had practice," Reed replied. "Practice at what?" "Surviving things that should have killed me." Maria didn't ask for details. Reed appreciated her for it. She finished the session. Scheduled the next one. Left. Reed sat on the hospital bed. Examined his feet. They were scarred now. Permanent damage. The doctors had warned him. The limp would never go away. Neither would the pain. Reed would carry both for the rest of his life. Reminders. Consequences. The price of doing what he'd done. Reed wondered if it was worth it. Decided it was. Then wondered why he had to decide. Whether a choice was only worth it if you questioned it afterward. Whether real conviction meant never doubting. Reed decided he didn't know. Decided that not knowing was fine. Decided he'd live with the doubt the same way he'd live with the limp. Agent Reyes visited on week 3. Brought paperwork. Formal charges. The document was thick. Legal language. Reed skimmed it. Possession with intent to distribute. Theft of federal evidence. 3 counts of escape from lawful custody. 4 counts of assault on federal officers. Destruction of government property. Unlawful flight to avoid prosecution. "That's a lot of charges," Reed observed. "Prosecutors wanted to throw the book at you. I talked them down. Got them to agree to concurrent sentencing. You'll serve maybe 2 years. Maybe less with good behavior. Considering what you did, considering what you exposed, that's generous." "When do I go in?" "After you testify. After Hatcher's trial. After Vance's trial. That's the deal. You testify, you do your time, you walk out clean. No probation. No parole. Just 2 years and done." Reed studied the paperwork. "What if I refuse?" "Then they prosecute you to the fullest extent. 20 years. Maybe more. You took cocaine from a crime scene. You possessed it. You fled from federal custody. Multiple times. Without your cooperation, without your testimony, you're just another criminal. But with my testimony, I'm a hero. With your testimony, you're a witness who made mistakes, who did illegal things for the right reasons. Judges like that. Juries like that. The public likes that. It's a narrative people understand. And narratives matter in court. Reed signed the paperwork. Reyes witnessed the signature. Put the documents in his briefcase. Snapped it shut. You did good work, Reed. I want you to know. What you exposed, it goes deeper than Hatcher and Vance. We're finding more. More agents. More sheriffs. More people on the payroll. This operation had roots everywhere. You pulled the thread. The whole thing unraveled. How many people? 67 arrests so far. More coming. Some have already taken deals. They're giving us names. We're following the money. Finding bank accounts in the Caymans. Properties in Mexico. Shell companies. Vance thought he was careful. He wasn't careful enough. Reed absorbed this. 67 people. All corrupt. All on the take. All profiting while homesteaders died, and mules got executed, and the desert became a killing ground for anyone who threatened the business. Does it ever end? Reed asked. Does what end? The corruption. The compromises. People selling out for gold coins. Reyes considered this. No. It doesn't end. We arrest these people. More will come. Different names. Same problem. But that doesn't mean we stop trying. It just means the work never finishes. Reyes left. Reed stayed in bed. Stared at the ceiling. Considered what Reyes had said. Whether there was value in fighting a fight you couldn't win. Whether doing the right thing mattered if the right thing didn't change anything permanent. Reed decided it did matter. Decided that 67 arrests meant 67 families who got justice. Meant homesteaders who could go home. Meant mules who got avenged. Even if more corruption came. Even if the cycle continued. This moment mattered. These arrests mattered. This exposure mattered. Reed's pain mattered too. The scarred feet. The permanent limp. The 2 years in prison. All of it was the cost. The price you paid for doing what needed doing. Reed had paid worse prices. He'd survived them. He'd survived this too. The nightmares started on week 4. Reed would fall asleep fine. Then wake up at 3 a.m. Heart pounding. Sweating. Reliving moments. The chain walk behind the Suburban. Pacheco's knife coming down. The waterboarding in the truck stop bathroom. The dogs charging in the lava field. The burning house. The gunfight at the grain elevator. All of it played on repeat. Reed couldn't stop it. Couldn't control it. Just had to ride it out. Wait for morning. Wait for the sun to prove it was over. The hospital psychiatrist came to talk. Her name was Dr. Ellis. She explained PTSD. Explained trauma responses. Explained how the brain processed survival situations. Explained that what Reed was experiencing was normal. Expected. Treatable. Have you ever had therapy before? Dr. Ellis asked. No. Have you experienced trauma before? Yes. In the military? Afghanistan. Iraq. 3 tours. Saw a lot. Did more. Did you receive treatment after your tours? No. I just went back to work. Border patrol. Different desert. Same problems. Dr. Ellis made notes. What you're experiencing now, the nightmares, the hypervigilance, the inability to relax, that's not just from the past week. That's cumulative. Years of trauma. Years of pushing through. Your body kept the score. Now it's demanding payment. So what do I do? You process it. You talk about it. You work through it. You learn coping mechanisms. You give yourself permission to heal instead of just surviving. Reed considered this. How long does that take? Months. Years. It depends on you. On how much work you're willing to do. On whether you commit to the process. And if I don't, then the nightmares continue. The hypervigilance continues. You stay in survival mode. You never fully heal. You just exist. Is that how you want to live? Reed didn't answer immediately. He examined the question. Examined what his life had been for the past 10 years. Since Boone died. Since the discharge. Since he'd started drifting. Was it living? Or was it existing? Was there a difference? I'll do the work, Reed finally answered. Good. We'll start tomorrow. 1 hour. We'll talk through one memory. Just one. We'll process it together. See how it goes. Dr. Ellis left. Reed lay in bed. Wondered which memory he'd start with. Wondered if starting with one would open the door to all of them. Wondered if he could handle that. Decided he'd find out. Mills came to visit on week 5. He knocked. Entered. Stood awkwardly near the door. He wore civilian clothes. Jeans. Button-down shirt. No badge. No weapon. He looked younger without the uniform. Looked like what he was. A 23-year-old kid who'd made mistakes and was trying to fix them. Reed, Mills greeted him. Mills. You're out. Bail. Until the trial. My lawyer thinks I'll do 18 months. Maybe less. I'm cooperating. Testifying. Against everyone. Hatcher. Vance. The others. They're calling me a turncoat. A rat. They're right. But I'm okay with it. Reed gestured to a chair. Mills sat. They were quiet for a moment. Both men processing what to say. How to say it. I wanted to thank you, Mills began. For what you said. In the lava field. About going home. About still having a soul. I've been repeating it to myself. Every time I doubt what I'm doing. Every time I think about keeping quiet. About protecting them. I remember what you said. And I remember that I get to choose. Every day. Who I want to be. You're making the right choice. I hope so. My family doesn't think so. My father was law enforcement. 30 years. He says I'm betraying the brotherhood. Betraying the code. But I don't think there's honor in protecting corruption. I don't think loyalty means covering up murder. You're right. It doesn't. Mills shifted in his chair. Pacheco's family wants to sue me. Civil suit. Wrongful death. My lawyer says they'll lose. Says it was justified. But they're still going to try. I understand why. He was their son. Their brother. They don't care that he was corrupt. They just care that he's dead. That's grief talking. Not logic. Maybe. But it still hurts. Knowing I took someone's son. Someone's brother. Even if he was trying to kill you. Even if I had no choice. It still hurts. Reed understood. He'd killed before. Justified kills. Legal kills. It still hurt. Every time. The taking of a life left marks. Some visible. Most not. You learned to carry them. Or you didn't. And if you didn't, they destroyed you. You'll carry it, Reed told Mills. The guilt. The doubt. The weight. You'll carry it for the rest of your life. But carrying it doesn't mean you did wrong. It means you're human. It means you understand the cost. That's not weakness. That's conscience. Mills nodded. He stood, offered his hand. Reed shook it. Thank you, Mills repeated. For everything. For letting me walk away in the lava field. For giving me the chance to make it right. I won't waste it. I know you won't. Mills left. Reed watched him go. Considered what Mills would become. Whether he'd survive the trial. The 18 months. The aftermath. Whether he'd stay in law enforcement or leave. Whether he'd find redemption or let the guilt consume him. Reed hoped Mills would survive. Hoped he'd find a way through. Hoped he'd become someone better than what he'd been. Because if Mills could do it, maybe anyone could. Maybe even Reed. Chapter 18. The El Paso Federal Courthouse was granite and glass. Built in 1992. 6 stories. Climate controlled. Reed entered through security. Metal detector. Bag search. The marshals recognized him. Waved him through. One of them, an older man, Hispanic, tired eyes, nodded respect. Good luck in there, the marshal offered. Reed returned the nod. Walked to the elevator. Up to the 4th floor. Courtroom D, the prosecution had prepared him. 3 meetings. 4 hours each. They'd walked Reed through every question. Every answer. Every piece of evidence. The prosecutor, a woman named Sandra Yates, 50, sharp, 20 years in federal court, had been direct. Hatcher's defense will attack you, Yates had warned. They'll call you a criminal. A thief. A man who possessed cocaine and fled custody. They'll say you're unreliable. That your testimony is compromised. That you're testifying to save yourself. All of that's true, Reed had pointed out. Yes. But the video isn't compromised. The ballistics aren't compromised. The 67 arrests aren't compromised. You're just the person who started the investigation. Who exposed the corruption. The jury will understand the difference. As long as you're honest. As long as you don't hide what you did. As long as you own it. Reed had agreed. He'd own it. All of it. The cocaine. The theft. The escapes. The violence. Everything he'd done. Because owning it was the only way through. The only way to maintain credibility. The only way to make the truth matter more than his mistakes. Reed entered the courtroom. It was packed. Media in the back rows. Families of the victims. Federal agents. Curious citizens. Everyone wanted to see this. The trial of a corrupt Border Patrol captain. The man who'd facilitated arms deals with cartels. The man who'd executed 6 mules in a desert wash. Hatcher sat at the defense table. He wore a suit. Gray. Expensive. His lawyer sat next to him. The lawyer was younger. Confident. Aggressive. The type who believed every client deserved a vigorous defense regardless of guilt. Reed understood the principle. Didn't agree with it. But understood. Hatcher turned. Made eye contact with Reed. Held it. Neither man looked away. They stared across the courtroom. Across the months. Across everything that had happened. Hatcher's expression never changed. No anger. No fear. Just calculation. Just the cold assessment of a man who'd spent his career making hard choices and was now facing the consequences. The bailiff called order. Everyone stood. Judge Morrison entered. Federal judge. Appointed 15 years ago. Reputation for fairness. For following the law. For not tolerating games. She sat. Everyone sat. The trial began. The prosecution called witnesses. Ballistics experts. FBI agents. Forensic accountants. Each one built the case. The rifles traced to Border Patrol inventory. The gold coin payments traced to Vance's accounts. The video showing Hatcher facilitating the arms deal. Piece by piece. Brick by brick. The case assembled itself. Then the prosecution called Marcus Reed. Reed walked to the witness stand. The bailiff swore him in. Reed placed his hand on the Bible. Swore to tell the truth. Sat. The judge reminded him he was under oath. Reed acknowledged. Sandra Yates approached. Please state your name for the record. Marcus Reed. Your age? 38. Your occupation? Currently unemployed. Previously Border Patrol agent. Before that, United States Army. You served in the Army? Yes. 3 tours. Afghanistan and Iraq. Infantry. Honorable discharge in 2012. And you joined Border Patrol after your discharge? Yes. Worked El Paso sector from 2012 to 2016. Why did you leave Border Patrol? Dishonorable discharge. Insubordination and conduct unbecoming. Yates paused. Let that sit. Let the jury absorb it. Then continued. What were the circumstances of your discharge? I refused an order during a joint operation with DIA. My partner, Agent Marcus Boone, had been killed in Juarez 2 weeks prior. I believed someone inside the agency had set him up. I refused to participate in operations until an investigation was conducted. My supervisors disagreed. They discharged me. Was an investigation ever conducted? No. What did you do after your discharge? Drifted. Construction work. Day labor. Lived out of my truck. Moved around West Texas for 10 years. And on the morning in question, 6 months ago, where were you? Driving south on Highway 385. Saw buzzards circling. Investigated. Found 6 dead men in a wash. Yates walked Reed through everything. Finding the bodies. The federal brass. Taking the cocaine and cash. Being pursued by Hatcher's team. The captures. The escapes. The camp. The delivery. The video. Reed answered every question. Honest. Direct. No evasion. No excuses. Just facts. Just what happened. The defense attorney, his name was Robert Caldwell, stood for cross-examination. He was good. Reed could tell immediately. Caldwell had prepared. Had studied Reed's background. Had found every weakness. Mr. Reed, you testified that you took cocaine from the crime scene. Is that correct? Yes. How much cocaine? 10 kilograms. And you kept possession of this cocaine for several days? Yes. Until I was captured. Then Captain Hatcher's team took it. But during those days, you possessed 10 kilograms of cocaine. That's a federal crime. Correct. Correct. You've pled guilty to possession with intent to distribute. Correct. Correct. So you're a confessed drug trafficker. I'm a confessed evidence thief who possessed drugs taken from a crime scene. The intent to distribute charge was added by prosecutors. I never distributed anything. Caldwell smiled. But you pled guilty to it. as part of a plea agreement, to avoid 20 years in prison. So you pled guilty to a crime you didn't commit in order to reduce your sentence. Doesn't that suggest you're willing to say anything to help yourself? No. It suggests I'm willing to accept consequences for what I did, while avoiding consequences for what I didn't do. I took evidence. I possessed cocaine. Those are crimes. I'm serving time for them. But I didn't distribute. That charge was leverage. I took the deal because fighting it would have cost me 18 more years. Caldwell moved on. Attacked Reed's escapes. His violence. His theft of vehicles. His burning of the Brennan house. Each attack was designed to paint Reed as unstable, criminal, unreliable. Reed answered each one honestly. Never deflected. Never justified. Just stated facts and let the jury decide. Mr. Reed, you testified that my client, Captain Hatcher, facilitated an arms deal with cartel buyers. But you weren't at that deal. Were you? I was nearby, watching from a warehouse window, 200 yards away. Correct. Correct. You didn't hear the conversation. No. You didn't see money change hands. I saw plastic bags being passed. I assumed they contained money. The video confirms it. The video shows my client shaking hands with men you claim are cartel buyers. But you don't have proof they're cartel buyers. Do you? The FBI has since identified them. They're Mimbres scouts. They work for Sinaloa. They've been arrested. Some have testified. They confirm the arms deals. But you didn't know that at the time. No. I suspected. The FBI confirmed. Caldwell tried for another hour. Attacked every angle. Every assumption. Every piece of Reed's testimony. Reed held firm. Admitted uncertainty where he was uncertain. Stated facts where he had them. Never overreached. Never claimed more than he knew. When Caldwell finished, Yates had redirect. She was brief. Asked Reed one question. Mr. Reed, in your opinion, based on everything you saw, everything you experienced, everything you discovered, was Captain Hatcher corrupt? Yes. No doubt. No doubt. Thank you. No further questions. Reed stepped down. Returned to his seat. The trial continued. More witnesses. More evidence. More testimony. Reed sat through all of it. Watched Hatcher. Watched the jury. Watched the slow accumulation of proof that buried any reasonable doubt. The trial lasted 3 weeks. 60 witnesses. 400 pieces of evidence. The jury deliberated for 6 hours. Came back unanimous. Guilty on all counts. Murder. Conspiracy. Corruption. Weapons trafficking. Life without parole. Judge Morrison sentenced Hatcher immediately. The marshals cuffed him. Let him out. Hatcher walked past Reed. Stopped. The marshals allowed it. Hatcher and Reed stood 3 feet apart. You won, Hatcher acknowledged. Reed didn't respond. But you paid for it. Didn't you? The feet. The nightmares. The prison time. You paid as much as I did. Maybe more. Because I'll die in prison, knowing I lived well for 15 years. Knowing I made money. Knowing I provided for my family. But you'll live free knowing you destroyed your body for a principle. For justice. For some abstract idea that right matters. Was it worth it? Reed considered the question. Considered the cost. The scarred feet. The permanent limp. The 2 years ahead. The nightmares. The therapy. Everything he'd paid. Yes, Reed answered. It was worth it. Hatcher almost smiled. Then you're a better man than me. Or a more foolish one. I haven't decided which. The marshals pulled Hatcher away. Walked him out. Reed watched him go. Watched the man who'd tried to kill him 3 times disappear into federal custody. Into a concrete cell. Into a life measured in decades behind bars. Reed felt nothing. No satisfaction. No relief. Just completion. Just the knowledge that the job was done. The testimony was given. The conviction was secured. Justice had moved. Slowly. Imperfectly. But it had moved. Reed left the courthouse. Walked into the El Paso afternoon. The sun was brutal. The heat was oppressive. But Reed didn't mind. He'd survived worse. He'd survived 3 days in the desert with no water and shredded feet. He'd survived Hatcher. He'd survived everything. Now he just had to survive the next 2 years. In prison. Serving his time. Paying his debt. And then he'd be free. Truly free. No warrants. No charges. No past chasing him. Just the future. Whatever it held. Reed considered what that future might look like. Considered where he'd go. What he'd do. Who he'd become. Decided he didn't know yet. Decided that not knowing was fine. Decided he'd figure it out the same way he'd figured out everything else. One step at a time.